inside this calendar folder. So I'm just creating this calendar task component, and here again this one, let's make this one as a client side component. And for this, the props, it's going to be pretty much the same. The day info is what we'll be passing in. This is going to be our calendar item type, and after this, the top offset value, so this is going to be number. So we'll just understand what is this param is. Here let's name this one as calendar task, and now inside this, and let's destructure this props, and now here the day info, the task date, task ID, title, workspace color, workspace ID, and workspace name. And after this, the top offset. So here again, the color, the background color, and the on hovering color. So like we had the wrapping and use memo, depending upon workspace or param that we are receiving, we are going to change it. So that I'm just going to copy the same from the other component and use it here. So you can just take it from the other component and just import this use memo and the custom colors. So the custom colors, yep. So this is the color that we will try to add in the to the div that we are having in this component. So the style thing, width, let me set this one depending upon the task width. So let me just close this div component, and here this task width I can calculate in based upon the duration in days, because we are receiving from and to the range. So let's just calculate this duration in days, and again this one, if task dot date, we have this from, and we have to date as well. Then get this start date, use this nextjs and pass in here in the start date from, and now this end date, the js, this task date dot to, and we are going to return here end date dot difference with the start date, and I'm going to get this difference range, else I'm going to set this difference as 1, and this task date, it's going to depend upon this, and this it's going to be the duration in days multiplied by 100 percentage. Okay, that's going to be the task width. So I'm just going to pass in here this task width value for this, and top, the top offset value that I am receiving in, and inside this component for now, let's say it's going to be the calendar task, and the styling of this one, the task dot to, if we have, I'm going to add in this relative and z index 10, else nothing, and let's make this suffix justify center. Once we add in the a lot of details inside this, it will be clear of the styling, and the padding of 1 rounded. Let's make this one medium and add in this color, dynamic color based upon this workspace color. Okay, so this is the whatever the other details that I'm passing on we will eventually use, but this is just the placeholder for now. I have this the calendar task. So once I have this calendar task, so now I'm passing inside this day component. We need to make use of this component which we just added. So here depending upon this days info, let's try to get this in day, each day info and the index, and here if the day info doesn't have task date, so I'm just going to return here. If not, first let's get this task start date using this only JS, and for this pass in here this day info dot task date dot from, and this task end date. Same way I'm just going to calculate the length of that like we just calculated, task date dot to, and this task length, so it is going to be the difference from this task start date, this, and add in this one for this. Okay, now if this task dot start date is same and this task length is less than or equal to 7, let me close this bracket here, and it's less than 7, then I'm going to return in here this calendar task component with the key day info dot task id, and day info, let's pass in here this day info, and the top offset let's say it's going to be I into 20, so that is the index. So this is the component that will be rendering, and we don't have any of this data, so let's try to create few of the tasks. So I'm just creating the date and all those things inside this workspace so that we can see. Okay, so as of now we have let me add in new task. So task is added. Where is it? Redirecting, it's compiling. So we are going to set the date and the title of this, and although we are not displaying, it's just about the length and the component that we are trying to render on calendar component. Okay, it's compiling. It did compile, but I refreshed. Okay, okay, I'm just refreshing so that we get this task details. I'm just going to edit. Yep, here this task thing, so let's get into that. Why not? The task page, where is this? Workspace. workspace id, tasks, edit page, okay, it's a true if can edit. Let me just comment this one for now. Let's go to this, to edit page, and I'm just going to edit the title of the task. Okay, so here let's edit this one. So it's taking us to edit page, and there we are going to add in this date and title and all. So let's see. Okay, so picking a date, so let's say November 1 to 3rd is the date, and here I'm going to first task. Okay, and this is what it's going to be. Okay, assume like that's enough for now. So now going to this calendar, let's complete the whole logic inside this calendar items. I'm just going to fix that, this day component. Okay, and here, and after this ideally we should see the task section, because the task length is less than 7, and this one, let's make this one to be a relative, and flex this one to be gap of 2, height, full overflow. In y, let's have clip. Okay, why is this error still? Okay, the calendar I grade, there is an error because it can be of null. For now, let's say this is not going to be null, and also I just wanted to console the results of this calendar items, and I just wanted to check. So let's inspect this one inside here. Okay, we are receiving here the first task title, and the task date. This has from, but this should have from and to, which we just the task date, it's 7 to 24. In this one, what about the one which I just created? Okay, this one, let me just edit this title, not the title, the date. So my system is bit of slow, so it's loading slow. Okay, so once you have nothing running, it's going to be in a good, so let me just edit. It's going to be a decent experience. Okay, so here let me add in this one of photo. Okay, why is this not selecting the range? Okay, now I can change here this one to photo 6. Okay, the first task title should be photo 6, and now just going back to this calendar, let's see this. Yep, now we have here, you can see this is the component photo 6 that I have. So this is what we are trying to work on now. Here inside this day component, this is what we are trying to render. And here now, if the task length is greater than 7, then first let's get this current fragment start date. So this I can get this, and here this fragments list, which it's going to be of type calendar item. Now here this all task days, a single variable, so this is going to be of task length. Now while this current fragment start date is before this task end date, so what are we going to do is, let's have this variable which keeps track of end date, which is of type dayjs, and inside this, if all task days it's equals to task length, the current fragment end date, it's going to be I'm just going to clone this and add 6 days for this, and the end of day, it's going to be this one, else okay, this one is of start not end date, and that's why we have an issue. So else let's just copy this one here. Instead of this adding 6 days, the all task days, if it's greater than 7, let's add 6 to all task days minus 1 this many days. Okay, that's the thing. And now the all task days, we are going to subtract this one by 7 and push this into our fragments list. So fragments list, this day info, task date, in here let's pass in this details, whatever the properties that we have, and here this to date, it's going to be the current fragment end date dot to date, and from thing, it's going to be of current fragment start date dot to date. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and now in here this current fragment start date, it's going to be current fragment end date by adding 1 day to it. Okay, so add 1 day, and here the start of day. Okay, fine. Then finally, after this one, we are going to return here whatever on the fragments list we have. Let's iterate through this and get this day fragment, and also the index, and inside here this task start date. Let's get calculate this by passing in here this day fragment dot the task date dot from, and if this task start date it's the same the day, then we are going to return this component calendar task. The key, let's pass in here the day of fragment dot task id plus index, and this day info I'm going to pass in here this day fragment, and top offset let's set this one to 0. Okay, so this is, I know there might be a confusion and not clear what is this and all, so it's just simple. Just go through it once again, you will just understand. So if it's more than length 7 days of the duration, so let me just refresh. So we are handling so that the fragments that we want to show on the calendar, it's handled. Okay, so why is this error, why is this continuously loading? Okay, let me just stop this one and run this again, and I'm going to add in one more task with a span greater than 7, and you see how we are this logic that we did add in now, it's helping us. Okay, so here it's a loading, so I'm just going to add in one more dashboard calendar, and both are loading. So okay, it's not responding. Let me open calendar page here. So if it's hanging sometimes, just try to restart this, and you shouldn't see any issues. Okay, so it's here, so we are getting this okay, it finally loading. So here just meanwhile it is loading, we are getting this task start date, end date, and length of it. So if it's length 7, we are just passing in this okay, it's loading. So we are passing in this directly, the task id, day info, on this to our component. Else if it is the thing, so we are trying to break down that into fragments. So in this, by trying to add in this days so that it spreads across like this, so you can see this one second. Yep, so this one is spreading from here, and we have one more, the 7 to 9, and this is 4 to, not 4 to, yeah, I think, yeah, 4 to 6 is what one we had it, and this is one and all. So that's how we are just trying to break across these multiple sections to show it better. This is the logic. I know if it is unclear, just do let me know. We'll try a better explanation on this. So this is the task, and now we are, I know for everything we are displaying the calendar task and all those things. We will take care of that, but now the intention is to get the layout in place, and what I wanted to do now, let's try to focus on the other sections, the calendar task component. So inside the calendar task, instead of just displaying the calendar task that needs to be handled, so let me just try to change that. Okay, let's not complicate this thing, so let me just in this calendar task, so I'm just going to again remove the things which we are not using. So I'm just going to simplify this one using this extensions from this DJS. Okay, and also the duration, this top offset, let me just remove these things, and here this duration, the task width and all, let me just remove inside this. In this style, whatever I had it, I'm just removing, and this one as well, let me just remove in here, and I'm just going to remove this flex and all those things. Let's add in this in the y direction to be 0.5, that's all. So this one, let me try to, yeah, so this is simple component, the calendar task. I'm just trying to clean these things, and let's create the new component for calendar tasks. So here this is for calendar task, and make this one as a client side component. So all the core logic, whatever we written for multiple blocks and all, I'm just going to remove that. The calendar items, this is going to be the calendar items. So let's export this calendar tasks component, and in here the props, let's get this calendar items, and inside this let's add in let's create in here this visible items list. So this visible items, wrap this one inside this useEffect use memo. This one, let's just slice two values, and this depending upon this calendar items. And now inside this I'm going to map through this and get this calendar item, and we will render in here this calendar task component. Key for this calendar item dot task id, and day info, let's add in this calendar item. And if calendar items dot length it's greater than 3, let's add in the button for now with calendar items length minus visible items length, and add in here for now the placeholder more. So I'm just checking this one, so calendar task that we have, and inside this day component in here let me import this calendar tasks, and also I'm going to import is same or after from this nextjs plugin. Is same or after, same thing is same or before from this nextjs plugin is same or before, and let's add in here extending is same or after, and same thing for is same or before. Just testing so whether this is going to work, and let's name this one to calendar items so that it is same as whatever the props that we are receiving. So calendar items, of course we're going to receive an error, and inside this let's maintain a local state variable for tasks, which it's going to be again the calendar item array default. Let's have this empty values, and now inside this useEffect block, depending upon this day and the calendar items, we are going to run this logic in here. Filter, let's filter this task calendar items, let's filter this day info, let's get this index, start date, let's pass in here this day info dot task date dot from, and same for end date, nextjs dot day info task date dot to, and now if the day is same or after of this start date, and the day dot is same or before of this end date, I'm going to return here this day info, and we are going to update this task into this list. You can learn more about this things in that documentation, and here after this whatever the tool that I added here, let me just completely remove in here and pass in the calendar items, the task that I have to this thing, and now this one, it's going to be the calendar items. Okay, so this is the thing. So now there's no overflowing or any issues here. At least it's looking better. So This is what just trying to change in this one. And also in this thing, let me add a new task so that we'll see the color of the workspace and all those things. So there's no task here. Let me add in a new task, and here let's pick a date, not a 14, let's say 5 to 6, and it's a new workspace task. Okay, so now just go back to this calendar, refresh this. Okay, the workspace color, okay, the task I'm not getting the details of this, the color and all those things. That's fine, I'm just going to fix this. Eventually we will fix this. Now let's have inside this the component. Instead of this normal text, let's try to remove this and have here I'm just going to replace this everything with our card component, and here let's add in this open delay and close delay to 50 seconds, and here this hover card trigger. Let me add in here this div. If we have this title, I'm going to display this title, else I'm going to say for now no task title here. Yep, first task title and first task, we have that. We are going to style that, and now inside this hover card content, let's add in this break words, side to be top, side offset, let's say this one to be 6, and in here again if title we have this is the thing, or else no or title name, and here I'm just going to mention the workspace name. The div styling, this one, let's add in some shadow effect, rounded medium text, let's make this one white, and add in this color whatever we had before. Background opacity, let's say 80, and if it's a darker background opacity, I'm going to set this to 60. Transition colors, duration, let's say 200, cursor, pointer, and overflow, let's hide this thing, and yep. So now let's add in here, if you wanted to show more, I'm going to add in here this show more optional prop, and let's get this show more. So inside this div, if show more is true, let's add padding in the y direction and also in the x direction height of 10, else let's have the height 7 and padding in the x direction 2. Okay, so for now this should be good. In this show more component, for this calendar task, so here let's replace this with the component which was the placeholder here, and also why this is the hover text that we have, and I need to fix this. But why is this task that I created fifth to sixth should be displayed? I'm not sure why. Inside this, let's add one. Okay, let's just try to change the workspace color. So this is what we have now. Color, let's change this one to red. Updated, and this one, let me change this to green. It's updated. So going back to calendar, now going to this workspace, I do have here this task, and let me just edit this one, set this to 18 to 20, 18 to 20 is the date that I have set. Now going, okay, fine. So this is the new workspace details. Still a lot of fixes needs to be done, so which we will try to add in the fixes. And for this day, let's add in some padding in both y and x direction. Yep, so now it is in this way. Okay, and even in this shortcuts sidebar, let me just add in some padding. Okay, and now this components related to the calendar, let's add in the show more component where we have this button placeholder. This is also, again, it's going to be placeholder. I'm just going to display the all events and also the task, all those details. So for this, the props that we are going to set is calendar items. The calendar items array, and left items amount. So since we are picking up to 0 to do index, so this is for this. So export const show more, and here we'll wrap everything inside this dialog component. Props calendar items and left items amount, and here let's try to use this dialog component, the dialog trigger. It's going to be the button component. So let's add in width fit padding 0.5 and padding index to height of 7, text muted foreground, and this size, let's make this one to be smaller, variant to be ghost, and here the left items amount, here I'm going to add in this as a trigger, and the content of this dialog content, maximum width, let's restrict it to like 4 to 5 pixel. And now inside this, let's add in this header and the title, the dialog title, and here I'm going to say this as all events, and here let's add in for now the placeholder description. So I'm just adding in here placeholder, and after this header we are going to wrap inside the scroll area component. Let's add in this maximum height of this, it's going to be 64, and inside this I'm going to add this div height of full flex, and it's going to be of column, have this gap of 3 and padding of 1. So now in here, whatever the calendar items that we have, we are going to iterate through each calendar item, and I'm going to render this inside this calendar task component. So key, it's going to be the calendar item dot task id, and day info, the calendar item, and the show more, I'm going to set this one to true now. So that's why we added that as the thing. So basically the calendar task that we have, we are just picking up whatever we are passing in here from this here this task, only a few things, that's the thing that we have. Let's just try to add in more tasks. So I'm adding in here the one more task, a pick a date, let's say 27/28, and more task 1, and let's go back and add a new task again. So this one, let's say 24/26, and I'm adding in here it has more task 2. Go back and add in one more task. I'm just adding in here this 1, 2 as more task 3. So going to this calendar, now this show more component, where I'm going to show exactly is in this calendar task that we have the button. So I'm just first let me add all of this inside this scroll area component, and make this one width to be full and height to be full, and inside this component let me wrap this component, the visible items whatever we have, and this one, let's make this one to be relative flex of flex column, and gap of let's add in this 1.5, and padding in the y direction 1, height of full, and overflow in the y, make it as auto. Let's make this one as a clip. Okay, and I'm going to add in this visible items, and if it is items is less greater than 3, and instead of this one, let's use this show more component and pass in here left items, calendar items length, minus visible items dot length, and here the calendar items we are going to pass in and show it here. Okay, so okay, so here let's comment this one. Okay, let's just try to render this one. So you can see here for the same day, if it is more than thing. So let's say if I try to change the task that I have, the more task, let's keep this one, let's edit this one to 12 to 14. So here 12 to 14, and also the other things, let me just set those also to 12 to 14. So even this one I'm just going to change, edit this one, let's change 12 to 14. So this also saved. So go back, and here this first task also, let's change this one, edit 12, remove this one, 12 to 14. Okay, this is saved. So now going to this, now if I just comment this one, let's say this is greater than 2. Okay, so now we have this show more thing. So clicking on this, this is what we are trying to add in this show more thing, the dialog and all. That's exactly what is this I wanted to show. So you can add in here more 3, and I'm just removing this. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. Now at least it's looking better. Whatever the thing that is spreading, I just removed all of this complex whatever the spreading the blocks logic that we created. I understand that was complex, so I just removed that, and we are just adjusting this one. And now let's try to make the calendar layout so for mobiles as well. So if I just try this one to reduce here, let's make it better for mobiles and PC. And also I will try to create a component for creating a new task from any of the place in an app. So for us to achieve, so those are the things that we are going to focus now. So to create any task from any place in our app, let me add in the endpoints called like creating a short task inside this task folder. So let's collapse this one, and inside this task folder let me create a new folder called create short task, and inside this one let's have this route dot ts. I think the calendar that at first it was unclear, so that's why I just changed this. Now I think it's very clear what we are trying to show here, and this title and the background color, and how we have this over text. And if you have more, we added that show more component where we show in this dialog. Okay, that's the thing. And now inside this route. So let me just copy this one, create a short task. So here now the session and all, it's going to be similar. Let's create a schema for that, this short schema. So I'm just going to create inside the schemas folder. Let's name this as short task schema.ts. so here we are going to create in here this short task short task schema. This is going to be on of object type, and this the icon. So let's have this string, and after this the title of it, which it's going to be a string. So I'm just adding in here the date thing. This it's going to be an object with the properties from this of type string, and this can be nullable and the optional, and the same thing too. So let's add in again, this is going to be of type string, the nullable, and also this it's optional. So this is the date, and again let's make this whole as the nullable and this whole as optional. And after this add in here this workspace id, which it's going to be of type string. So let's just export this type, which it's going to be of the short type schema. So jet.infer type of short task schema. Okay, so now inside this route we can just import this schema which we just created. So instead of this new task schema, the short task schema, and again we are checking here, and here let's destructure the icon, the title, and the date. So let's rename this one to calendar date, and this one checking for the user role, the permission and all, it's going to remain same, and task date dot create. So instead of this one, the calendar date dot from, if we have, I'm going to pass in here this value, else undefined. The same thing for this, if we have this to date, so let's pass in here this calendar date dot to, else it's going to be undefined. So this is how we are going to create. And after this creating here this title, so we have this one, I'm passing in here title, creator id is going to be user.id, workspace id and date id it's going to be similar, the emoji it's going to be icon. So this is to create this task, and after this updated a user id, and this it's going to be pretty much the same. This it's to get the to create a short task. So to add all of this components, adding the short task shortcut, so where exactly I wanted to add in is basically in our calendar page that we have in here in the page section. Inside this dashboard header, I want this component. So this component, let's create inside the components folder. I'm going to name create a new folder for this called add task shortcut folder, and inside this let's create in this add task shortcut component shortcut.tsx. so this one we need to handle a lot of logic in here to create in here task from this calendar section or from anywhere. So first thing, the props that I'll be sending in is the user ID, which it's going to be a string, and also which workspaces can user edit. Okay, those details I need. So here user editable workspaces, in this it's going to be the workspace array. So these are the props that will be sending to this component. Add a task shortcut, add task shortcut, and inside this let's get this props. The props, so here it's going to be user editable workspaces and the user ID, and inside this everything we are going to wrap in the dialog component. So let's return in here this dialog component, and for this I'm going to maintain in here this local state variable to open or close this one, open, and set open. By default let's have this value as false, and for this open let's pass in here this open value. On open change let's pass here this set open. This dialog trigger, let's have in here this dialog trigger as the button. This is the button. So this span text, let's name this as like create a task, and I'm going to add in here this pencil icon. Size, let's keep this one as a task. So we'll change this text later and all. So now this one I'm going to add in here in the calendar page. So in this calendar page let's add in this add task shortcut component. User ID, we are going to pass in here the session dot user ID, and this user editable workspaces, to get user editable workspace details, so we need to create a new endpoint for that, like we did create to create a short task. So let's quickly create inside the workspace folder. In the get folder I'm going to create new folder called new endpoint called user editable workspaces. So this is the endpoint, and now here this route thing, let me just copy these things, the user editable workspaces. We are going to get this user ID, and if not, and subscriptions, and here along with this the condition, it's going to be the user role is not read only. So leaving aside this, all we are going to get this, and I think after this the subscription dot workspace, if not workspace, this should be our endpoint. In this one let's create this as the function. So like we have here get workspaces, I'm going to create in here this function. Let's name this as get user editable workspaces, and we're passing in this user ID, domain get. Here let's change this one to user editable workspaces, passing in this user ID, method get. If not, everything stays the same. So now we have this details that we want to pass on to this calendar component, and here let me just import this function. So I'm just importing in here user editable workspaces, await get user editable workspaces, and pass in here this user ID. Now we have this, and let me just uncomment this one, and here let's pass in this details. Okay, fine. Now we have this create a task button. Here I need to focus on the rendering components of this thing. So the button, the trigger point, let's make this size of this to be icon, and variant, let's make this one to be ghost. Okay, and the styling, let's have this background primary of 10, and text also to be primary, and font to be semi bold. Okay, and hovering, let's have this background to be primary, and even this text, let's make this one to be white color, and height, I'm going to have this 9. Let's have this rounded medium. Padding in the x direction, let's have 3, and the width, I'm going to set this to auto, and the space in the x direction, let's have 2, and text, let's add in the primary color. Okay, that's the button, and the span, I'm just leaving this for less than smaller screens. Let's hide this one, else it is going to be inline. So this is the trigger section, and after this trigger, this is the dialog content component. Let's have this maximum width of 600 pixel. Okay, so now inside this, the dialog header, and here let's add in inside this div the header. So now let's first create the state variables which we need to keep track of, and also the call to an endpoint to create this task and all those things. Okay, so first the messages, the translations, while we are making an call to the endpoint to show the error messages, and query client to update the tasks created after creation in the calendar list. So I'm just going to use this query client, and also the current tab. So basically I'm going to have the main tab as well as workspaces tab, so eventually you will understand this. The current tab, and this one, it's going to be a value of so as I said, this is going to be value of main or workspaces. By default this is going to be main, and then the selected the emoji, basically whatever we need for our creating a task, the endpoint that we created, the input body that we want. So default, let's add in this 1F9E0 code which we defaultly add in this emoji, and then the function to render this emoji. So here this use change code to emoji, so selected emoji, and the toast thing to show the error message or success message. So I'm just adding in here this toast, and the router to redirect or refresh once we create this task. And now if we create successfully, I'm going to store the task link inside this variable. So this is for that new task link. So this one by default, let's set this one to null. So this can be of null or string. So I'm setting this one by default to null, and also the active workspace. So let's store these details here, the active workspace details inside this state variable. Here, if user editable workspaces length it's greater than or equal to 0, then I'm going to take the first thing, else null. So this is what active workspace I take, and this date for the task. So here set date, this it's going to be of type the date range, or it can be of undefined. So in here from, let me set this to undefined, to also or to undefined. Okay, so this is the date that we have, and the title that we need to keep track of. So this is for that. So initially let's set this one to empty string, and now all the callback functions to update the date and all those things. So here the selected date handler, so this one we are going to receive here this date range, or it can be undefined. And now inside this, the date I'm going to update to whatever the input that we receive. Same thing for our title, change title handler. Again here we are going to receive this title as the input, and we are going to update into our title variable, set title. Okay, this one has to be title, and let's change this one title. So this we are going to set into this title variable. And after this, the emoji, so select emoji handler, and here we are going to receive the emoji code. So in here we are going to update the emoji to whatever we receive. And the tab handler, so from the main or main to workspace, workspace to main. So this is for that. This tab can be of a value main or the workspaces. So here I'm just going to update this current tab to whatever the tab that I have. Okay, and now the callback function to update this active workspace. So here we are going to receive in here this workspace detail. So this is the thing, and I'm going to update this set active workspace to whatever the value that I receive here. And the current tab, let's change this one to main. So this is the these are the callback functions that we need. And also now the endpoint to create. And one more thing, so in this useEffect thing, so basically depending upon this open state or dialog, so I'm just going to close if it is inactive or something like that. So let's have this timeout id, so which is going to be of node.js dot timeout, this one node.js timeout. Okay, so here if it's not open, then this timeout id, let's set this timeout, and inside this one, the current tab, I'm going to change this to main, and set new task link to null. And this time, let's say 200 milliseconds, and here let's clear this timeout by passing this timeout id. Okay, just the automatic way of closing this on open thing. And now the call to our endpoint to create a short task. So here this mutate, let's name this as new short task, and is pending. Okay, and now inside this mutation function, so let's call to our endpoint the const, and let's get this data axios, the and call the post endpoint the API task create a short task is the endpoint, and for this the workspace ID. So the workspace ID, it's going to be the active workspace ID dot ID, and the icon, this is going to be a selected emoji, and this title and this date. Okay, so this is the call, and we are going to return this data as the task from this Prisma client. And after this, in on success callback function, this is going to be asynchronous this data, the task, and inside this, first thing we are going to refetch the queries for this get calendar items, and here pass in here this user ID so that we see the new task updated. And here I'm going to show this toast success message, this m of let's say success dot task added. Okay, fine. So just to ignore this error, let me just add in here this ts ignore, that's the toast. And now we can set in here this new task link, which it's going to be dashboard slash workspace, and the workspace id which we have in the data dot workspace id task, and here task, and pass in the data id which we just created, and the edit page. So this is going to be a new task link that we are updating into a variable. This title, let's set back to or empty string, and also the selected emoji, let's set this one to 1f9e0. so I'm just resetting all of those to default values. Set active workspace, here user editable workspace length is greater than 0 to first one, we are going to set it, or else it's going to be null. And set date, we are going to set the from to undefined and here to undefined. So this is updating of date variable, and after this I'm just going to refresh this one. So this is what we are going to do in success callback function. And in on error, let's collect this error, the axios error thing, and inside this let's collect this errors response dot data. So if so, this error response dot data is what we'll be collecting. Else let's add in this errors dot default, and this toast, let's add in here this title of error, and this variant it's going to be of type destructive. So this is what it's going to be. And on mutate, let's not do anything, so I'm just leaving this as is. And mutation key, let's name this one as new short task. So these are the things that we need now. Almost what and all we need we have. And this header now, so clicking on this is what we don't have anything as of now. So let's try to create here this div, make this one as a flex in column items. Let's add in the start gap have, let's have 2. And first thing, if we have this new task link some value, if you don't it's not a null, then I'm going to add in here this link component target. Let's add in the blank, and make this one as a full href. It's going to be whatever the value that we have in the new short link, new task link. And now inside this, in the div, I'm going to say something like your newly created task link, something like this we are going to change. And here let's add in the icon, the external link icon. Okay, so this is what I'm going to show. So to just see how this is going to look like, so you can just let's remove this one. So I'm going to add in here, let's say for now I'm just passing in this one. So if I just click in here, this is what it's going to look. So now let's style this one better. Let's add some margin on the top and even on the bottom, padding of 2. Add in here this border. Let's make this one to be primary, and this rounded medium. Background, let's have this primary of 10. Width, let's set this to full. Text, let's make this one to be primary. Okay, and the font type, let's make this one to be bold. Make this one as a flex, and I want this one to be justified between. Let's center these items. Okay, this is the if we have new task link, this is what we'll be showcasing. Okay, so now we saw this one. Let me remove this one and replace with this thing. So this is what it's going to be, and after this, let's add in here this div. Again, make this one as a flex, item center, and adding this gap of 2. And here, if the current tab it's the workspaces, then I'm going to render this component. So basically let's add in here empty thing. So let's first add it here, and then we're going to move this component to above. So on click, I'm going to call this change tab handler to main, and let's close this one, and inside this I'm going to add in the chevron left icon. Okay, and for this height and width, let me set this one to be 8, and the variant, it's going to be of ghost, and the size of this, it's going to be icon. Okay, so that's the thing, and after this button, let's add in here this dialog title. Okay, let me just refresh, it just takes time. Okay, this dialog title, let me just add in, if again this current tab it's equals to main, so I'm going to say add a new task, and here workspace details. Okay, so I'm just going to change this title later. So we are interested in here, so this is the thing, the icon. So now I can just show this one inside this one. So I'm just moving that, and this is the title, add a new task, and all those things. After here, this dialog description, and here I'm just going to add in here something, just placeholder now, make changes to create task or something like that, and click save and done. Okay, so this is the thing, and after this header, we are going to create in a div, and again here if this current tab is equals to main, I'm going to render here the main tab component which we are going to create. If not, the workspace related thing is what we are going to render. And here let's make this one flex column width full, and margin in the y direction 4, gap of 6. So now let's try to focus on one tab at a time, and also after this div. So if this current tab equals to main, then I'm going to show this footer, and let's have this one width to occupy full, and here this is going to be a button. The size, let's make this one to be larger, and inside this, basically if it's a pending, let's show this loading state component. So loading test, please wait creating task, something like that. We are going to change this one when we are localizing this. Okay, so this is the text. If not, I'm going to say create a task or something like that. So let's add in here as a string. Okay, that's the button. So on click, what we are going to do is call this new short task function, and this is going to be disabled if we don't have active workspace or the title length is equals to 0, or we are in process of creating a new task. In this one, let's make this width full, text white. Yep, fine. So this is the thing, and our focus now should be on creating these components, the main tab. So let me, okay, this, let me rename this one. This should be add task shortcut, and yep, let me just import, and let's create in here this main tab component. So in this main tab, basically this is the where we create create a new title, add a new title, emoji, date, and all those things normally we see in our creating a task. So this component should help us to achieve that. So let's make this one as a client side component. The prompts, pretty standard rendered emoji, which is going to be a string or string array. The active workspace, this is going to be of type workspace, or null date, this is going to be of type date range or undefined. And the title, this is going to be a string. The callback function, so whichever we added in our parent component on select emoji handler, here we are going to send in this emoji code. This is the thing, and the same now on change tab handler. This tab can be of main or workspaces. So this is to change this value, and then to update the date, we are going to receive here date range object, or it can be undefined as well. So here this is the thing, and on changing this title, we receive this new title, and I'm going to update there in our parent component. So now here this component, the main tab, everything. Let's try to wrap inside this fragment, and in here let's get these props, and let's destructure render emoji, active workspace, date, title, on change handler, on change title, on select emoji handler, on selected date. Okay, now we have this thing. Instead of this empty fragment, let's add in this component and start developing that. So here let's remove this empty fragment, import this main tab component, pass in here this date, title. So let me close this thing. So title, so here we have this title state, local state, and the rendered emoji value also we do have. And after this, the active workspace, so let me pass in here this active workspace, on change title, on this one it's going to be change title handler, on selected date. So here selected date handler, on change tab handler, we have here this change tab handler, on select emoji handler, select emoji handler. Okay, so this is the component. So now we don't have anything, so let's start adding inside this thing the components to create new task that we need. So here let's wrap inside this div. So first it's going to be the emoji selector, and inside this let's pass in here this rendered emoji, and for this width let's add in this fit, and on selected emoji we are going to pass in here on select emoji handler. Okay, and for this emoji selector, I just wanted to pass in here the align and slide to this component. So let's just go here and add in the optional prop like top, right, bottom or left, and this align again, start or center or the end. And now let's get this values, slide. Okay, okay, I did add in on select. Let me add in here the slide and the align, and these values, the drop down menu content which we have. Now we can pass in here the slide for this, and also the align thing. Okay, so this slide, okay, I think align is the thing that we have, should be fine. We can okay, keep this or else we can modify that component, but I think that's not a priority for now. So inside this, after this, so now I'm just going to pass in here this align to be center, and now this one, let's wrap it inside this span so that we can style this. So width and height, I'm going to set this to 16, and have this rounded let's say large, and background let's make this one secondary. This is going to be flex, justify, let's center this, and items I'm just going to center, and text add in this to be of size 3 times extra large. Okay, so this should be yep. So now we have this emoji selector. This is the thing, and after this emoji selector, the text area auto size component from this React text area auto size thing. So import text area auto size from this React text area auto size, and inside here, let me close this one. So this is what we are going to be, and also the divs where we are adding in this, let's make this one as a flex and have this gap of 4 width to be full, and items I'm just going to center them, and in now this value, it's going to be title on change. Let's call this on change title function, and we are going to pass in here e.target.value for this thing, and this placeholder, let's say title name. Okay, so like task title or something you can add in here. So now this component, so let's add in, refresh this component, and opening this one. Yep, this is the thing, and just to style this better, width full or resize, none, appearance none, so overflow just hide it, background make this one transparent, placeholder, let's make this text muted foreground, text size to be 2 times extra large, font make this one to be semi bold, and also focus, outline I'm going to add in none, and max height let's set this one to 28, and overflow let's have this auto, and scroll bar make it thin, and also the scroll bar thumb, let's add in here the muted foreground, and scroll bar track secondary, so I'm just adding in here this color. So this is the text area auto size. So now if I just add in here, so this is what we have. Yep, that's the thing, and after this thing I'm going to add in here this calendar task component, and for this so this calendar task we are yet to create, so let's not this component, so inside this component let's create in here this new component called the calendar task.tsx, and in here let's create quickly a simple component. Okay, so basically we are going to wrap everything inside the popper component, and use the calendar component that we added already. So let's create a simple component, and for this the props that we are going to send in is the date, which it's going to be the date range. So or else let's say whatever the components that we have in this thing. Let me just copy this thing that we have this popover component, and let me just go to this section, and first let's prepare this props, and here on selected data callback function, the date which it's going to be of date range and undefined. This so it's going to be of type void, and this component it's going to be calendar task. Let's just get this date and on selected date callback function, and in here pretty much the whatever that I have, let's copy this one which we already have. So this is the thing, and let me just import all of these things, popover and popover trigger, this button component, calendar icon, and the format thing as well. Let's import from this date fns, and current locally here let's have this use locally from this, and here I'm just going to maintain current locally inside this use memo. So if language is equals to te, I'm going to return here te, else return en us. Okay, fine. And in here let me pass in here, and I think, and this is what I need to import in this content calendar component, and this one it's going to be the on selected date callback function. Yep, I think this should be good whatever we had. Yep, what is the error? Yep, this translations, this span, let's add in this text pick. And now going to here, let's just import below this div the calendar component, calendar task, and pass in here this date for this, and on selected date I'm just passing on selected date component for this callback. Okay, this is the thing, and pretty much the date, the range that we are selecting in. So this is the range. Yep, that is what it's working. So that's the component, and after that below this div let me add in the active workspace info related things. So inside this, let's add in here the text. For now, let me add in workspace or something like this, and below this div. So if we have active workspace, I'm going to add in some text or some component active workspace info, else not. So to add in active workspace info, again let's create here the new component called active workspace info .tsx. Okay, so inside this, again I'm just going to display the name of that the thing that we had, background and all those things. So it should be a simple component, the interface props workspace. These are the props. The component name, let's name this as active workspace info, same as the file name. And inside this, let's get this props, and here again we'll have the workspace color, use memo, everything. So I'm just going to take it from the other component. You can just take it from the other components which we have. So I'm just pasting it here, and let's import this use memo and the custom colors. Okay, and this one needs to change it to the color, so that one we can just destructure from the workspace. The color, image and the name is what we need from this. And after this one, let's have in the common div, where if we have the image, we are going to show that, else I'm going to, like in this one, so if we have an image, let's try to show that image using this next image component, and attach in this priority the width and height. I'm going to set this to full. Object, let's add in here this cover, and rounded medium. And the source of this, it's going to be the image link. Then the text, it's going to be workspace image. The height, let's set this one to 300. Width, let's set this one to 300. Okay, this one needs to change to height. And if we don't have an image, I'm just going to show the first letter of name of the workspace and convert this to uppercase. This is what we will be showcasing. And after this, the name of it, so if we have the name, I'm going to show the name, else let's add in this as a untitled workspace. And after this, let's have this icon, chevron right icon, and this one, let's make this to be muted foreground. Size, let's have this one 18. Okay, this is the thing, and I'll do the styling. So this one needs to be added in this main tab. So now in place of this empty fragment which we added, so I'm going to add it here instead of this empty fragment. Let me add in active workspace info component, and the workspace we are going to pass in here the active workspace details for this. Yeah, this is what we have, and now I need to style this so that it looks better. The active workspace, in here flex items center justify between and a gap of 2. Okay, and now this div, the div which we have the image, in here let's say width and height, I'm going to set this to 10, rounded medium, and have the smaller shadow. Text will have in the white color, and font type to be bold, make this one flex, justify center, and items let me center this, and then we'll pass in here this workspace color. Yep, that's the thing. And now for the below div where we have this name and all, so let's make this one as a flex grow, and add in this break words, make this flex item center, and justify as well center, and have this gap of 2. Yep, so that's the workspace. I think for now that should be good. And if I just style this the main tab where we are trying to wrap in, then it should, so basically here in this div on click, what are we going to do is, if we have this workspace, and then I'm going to call this on change tab handler, and pass in here this workspaces, and the styling for this, let's make this one widthful, make this one as a flex, and the gap of 4, and items let's center this one, justify let's make this to be between, and bg let's add in this background by 70, and add in this border for this, and padding of 3, rounded medium, and add in this shadow, small shadow. The cursor, let's make this one pointer. On hover or the background, I'm going to add in this accent color, and add in this transition colors, duration of 200. Okay, fine. I think now it looks good. And here let's make this text to be muted foreground, and yep, so this is what we have. So if I select, this is the workspace, and here we don't have the workspace component, and that we need to work on. So here which we so that component inside add task shortcut, here we have in here this empty fragment. So for that, let me create a new component, work spaces dot tsx, and to select the workspace, again I'm going to create one more component, select workspace dot tsx, and first for the workspaces, so we are going to send in all the list of the workspaces. So in here the component, the props for this, the workspaces which is going to be workspace array, and on select active workspace, we need to send in the selection to our parent component, so which is going to be of type workspace. So this is the callback function to update that. And now this workspaces component, inside this one, let's try to have this scroll area component, and inside this we are going to add in all of these workspaces. So in here this props, let me get this workspaces, and on select workspace area, and in here whatever the workspaces that we get, I'm going to map through that and get this each workspace, In this one we are going to pass in to the select workspace component, which we don't have yet. So just going on to this component, selecting this workspace, let's make this as the client side component. And for this, what are we going to send in is workspace details. So this is going to be the workspace, and again on selecting the active workspace, the callback function to update the value accordingly. So the workspace, and basically in here this is going to be a simple the workspace selector like we had in our the active workspace info. Similar way, I'm just going to set this one, so I can do one thing. So whatever we have here, let me just copy this one and we'll tweak this. Select workspace, so I'm just going to rename this one to select workspace, and in here let's remove this thing, and here the other thing on select active workspace, and import this use memo and this custom colors, and also this one let me change here this one to workspace dot color, and this one as well let me just change this to workspace dot color. And the main div that we have, we'll change the styling accordingly. So let's just import these things, image component, and the icons and all those things. Okay, let me just change this one to, I mean we can destructure there itself, or else I'm just we can add in this way. I'm just trying to show it both ways. And here as well, workspace dot name, workspace dot name. Okay, and this one let's just import, and we'll see if I'm going to have it this one or not, this icon. Okay, so now let's try to have this one included, and then I'm going to tweak this component depending upon how it looks on the UI. So here, instead of this empty fragment, the select workspace, and this key, let's pass in here this workspace ID, and workspace is what I'm going to pass in here. And on select active workspace, I'm going to pass in here the value for this. And now inside this add task shortcut that we have here, let me pass in here this workspaces component, and for this the workspaces, so this we are going to pass in the workspaces, and alongside so this one, it's going to be user editable workspaces, and a callback function to update active workspace on select active workspace. So this is the thing, and let's see how it looks, and then we are going to change the styling. So in here, if I select this, and this is how it's looking currently. So just going to this component, the scroll area, let's make this one width full, and a maximum height 64, and maximum height let's say 72 if it's smaller screen onwards. BG, let's make this background of 70, add in here this border, and even for this I'm going to add in border padding of 4, and rounded, let's make this one medium, and shadow a smaller shadow. Okay, that's the thing. And this div, let's make width full and height full, make this flex direction to be column and have this gap of 1. Okay, and now this workspace, the individual this workspace, the div where we have this thing and on click and all we need to handle. So first in here, this on click thing, all we are going to do is to our callback function, I'm going to pass in this workspace details. In this one, justify between gap of 2, and additionally let's make this cursor to be pointer, and on our, let's say, background to change to accent, and add in this transition colors and duration, let's say 200, padding of 2, rounded, let's make this one smaller. Okay, so this is the thing. And now this div, let's again make this one flex items center and have this gap of 2. And this one, whatever we just have, I'm just going to leave this as it is, and the image also looks good, so I'm just leaving that one as it is. And after this, let's not have this div. So inside, instead of this, I'm going to add in this link component, and in here I'm just going to add in here the external link icon, so this one, and let's attach in this the URL for this. So this URL, it's going to be the dashboard slash workspace, and this workspace dot id, it's what it's going to be. So if I just open this one, select this one, so this is what it's going to be. And for to show the name, let's add in here this name alone, so that, so workspace name, if we do have, I'm going to show this workspace name, or else the name of this, it's going to be untitled workspace. Here this should be colon. Okay, so and this one, let's just make font type to be semi bold. Yep. And in here this target, let's open in the new page, and on click, what are we going to do is first let's stop this propagation. So let's get this event stop propagation, and this is the link. And styling of this, let's make this one of the button variants, and variant, I'm going to pass in here this of type ghost, size, it's going to be icon. Okay, so this is the thing, both the names are same, that's why we have that, but the color indication is like that. So these are the workspaces that we have, and that's the workspace that it is showing. So if I wanted to select this one, so it is changed here, and if I select this one, it is changed. Okay, so basically under which workspace do we wanted to create this task is this one. So now almost we should be good in this main tab component, where we try to add in okay, so this div, let's just add in width to be full, and make the flex column. So I'm just adding the styling for this main div so that it looks better. And even background, let's add in 70. So basically whatever we added for other divs, so I'm just adding for this as well. Rounded medium, and shadow, let's have smaller. Yep, so that at least it starts to look better. And we have this emoji selector, and after this we have the text area auto size, so where we added in the styling for this, the calendar task, and after this the workspace things, so in here and all. Okay, so this is the thing, and we added. Now let's say I just try to pick some emoji, and let's add in here this one as a calendar task, and pick date as let's say 21 to 22 November, and this is the workspace. Let's click on this. So it's created, and this is the new link that we have, and clicking on this uh, it should take us to that task. So now if I just close here, this is what it's reflected. You can see 21 to 22 the calendar task, and this component. So clicking on this, as of now nothing happens. So let's do one thing. So I wanted to, so the calendar task component that we have, let's try to wrap this one in the link component, and here let me attach in here this whatever the div that we have. I'm going to wrap inside this, and for this let's add in the link for that respective task page. So workspace, and the workspace id, and the tasks page task, and pass in here this task id. Okay, so now if we click on this, you can see here this url, and it's going to take. So if I just open here, it should open that respective task page for me, and that's what this is about. Yep, so this is what it's opening, and that's the small change inside this calendar task component. And also let's try to work on for the smaller screen, how it is going to look like. So to handle for smaller screen, let's just use the media query react hook. So here I'm just going to install react hook media query dependency, and this one what we are going to do. So let's try to import this one inside this calendar task. So here, okay, so let's import use media query from react hook media query, and this is not default export. So this is the thing. So here let me just understand whether this is a small screen or not. So this one we can just get this by using this media query, and in here I'm going to pass in the maximum width value as 640 pixel. Okay, fine. So this is going to let us know whether this is a small screen or not. So if it's a small screen, what are we going to do is, let's try. Okay, so if it's a small screen, then I'm going to let's copy this div that I have. This one I'm going to show just this show more section. Let's, if this is greater than or equals to 1, so we have more than 1, then show more, and we are going to pass in here left items amount. So this one as well, let's pass in here this as the length calendar items, and also let's make this one items center, and also justify center. I'm just going to show you how this is going to look like, and let's remove this cap, Okay, and this should be good. And for this I wanted to pass in here, this is the small the screen that needs to be adjusted, and if this is not small, else whatever we have in here, this return, I'm just going to show this one. So now the thing that we need to fix in is the show more component. So in here, let's pass in here the small value which is of optional and boolean, and let me add in here this small prop for this, and basically in here, if it's in a child thing, so if it's a small thing, let's try to, and so let me for now copy this button to whatever it was, and here as well let me just copy this one. So in here, if it's a smaller thing, let's change this one. So if this left items amount is greater than 10, plus 9, else this uh, left items amount, and this size, let's change this one to icon, and also this one. So let me just show you here. So in here, so if I just okay, the problem is here I have more things, so more child, so I'm just going to refresh this again. Okay, so let's try to reduce this one. Yep, so this is what I'm trying to show you here, this number that we have. So this letter, let's style this better, have some margin bottom, and let's remove this things and make this one relative and z index 10, and background let's add in secondary width and height. I'm going to set to 6, make this one flex, have shadow effect, and rounded completely circle, so full, and text size I want it to be like 0.70 rems. So yep, so this is the thing that we have, the count that we are trying to show. So clicking on this is what it's going to show, the dialog that we have, and at least now it's better readable. And let me just remove this one, and this dialog content, let's make this width as 600 in a bigger screens. Yep, and even here let's same way, let's change the text here as well, the more text. Okay, fine. So for smaller screens, this is what the button and the thing that I just wanted to show, and for other things it's just going to be the same whatever we had. So now in the calendar task, whatever the changes that we made to pass in the small and all, it's looking good. And here let's add in this scroll bar, orientation as horizontal. Okay, so that's for this scroll bar as horizontal, that's fine. And also inside the day component, just a small change for the end date. So just checking the if we have this end date, so here this task date dot to we are going to pass in here. Else let's pass in null value here. And also this one, just error handling if you don't have, if you have only one date. So if the start date is same as date and we don't have the end date, then I'm going to return in here this day info. And else if this should do fine. So that's the small change. Okay, and also in our hooks, so if you observe for the first time in this the emojis that we have, let's okay, let's just keep this as it is. I'm not going to change this. Fine, that's the calendar thing. And now we can navigate to that calendar section and create a task from here itself using this create task shortcut which we just added. And now let's try to localize this. So if you can just check here, you wanted to the workspace thing switching and all, it's working. So let's try to localize this page, the thing for the calendar completely, so like we did for the other sections. So inside this thing, let me add in, let me just minimize all of these things: permissions, task, mind map, settings, pomodoro, start section assigned to me, client error, routes, edit workspace and all. So now let me add in for the calendar section. So let me just copy all of those details like I did. So I'm not going to type in all of those things. So this is the thing for shortcut in the days of the week and all those things. So now we have these values. Let's try to come from the components of the calendar that we just created. First, the main component, add task shortcut. Let's use this translations, and this it's going to be of task shortcut. And the first thing, it's the title that we have here. So if I just open this one, add a new task. So this one, I'm just replacing this with the title. Okay, and after this, the link in here, this one, the text should be changed to added task. Okay, and also make this one cursor pointer. In this href, we need to pass in here this new task link. This we just forgot to add in this one. So add a task. And after this, if the current tab is equals to main, let's change this one to t of title, that is the create task. And this one, it's going to be for choosing the workspace. Okay, so here if I just enter, that's the title, choose workspace. And after this, the description, this, let's change this one to t of descriptions. Okay, add a task to selected workspace. Okay, and let's try restricting this. If the current tab is main, only then I'm going to show this, else we're not going to show this one, the dialog description, and also the styling for this. Let's make this text to be left uh, aligned. Okay, so that's the thing. And also the buttons, now here we have in here in the footer whatever we are displaying, and this one also, let's if we don't have the active workspace, then I'm going to show in here this button, and else also let's change this thing. So this one, the new short task, it's going to, and which is again, let's change this one, the text of this, which it's going to be of button add, and the okay, let me remove this brackets, and even this loading text, let's change this one to button pending. Okay, so if I just add in, so that's the thing. And here the create a task, so all we are going to do in on click, let's set open this to false, and this disabled, I can just remove this one in the text of this. So let's remove all of these things. So the text of this, it's going to be like no workspaces. Okay, fine. So if there's no workspace, this is how we are trying to handle this one, and we just localize this one. So now we just go into this calendar or task component. So inside this also, let's just import this translations, and this again of the task shortcut that we have. And here let's close this one. Now in here the pick is the thing, so all I'm going to do is change this one to due date. Okay, so if you just wanted to see, you can just see here the due date text, and that's the only thing in here. And now just going to this main tab, so let's import this translations, the task shortcut. So in here again, if we don't have workspaces, so it's better that we show in here. So if there is no active workspace, I'm just going to handle that scenario as well. So here let's try to use our warning component, and let's add in some margin, and inside this the text, whatever we had for this warning, I'm going to show this one. Else whatever we have here, let's just move this one to else block. Okay, so that's the change. And now the localizing thing, All I'm going to change in here is the placeholder text that I added in here. Let me change this one to t of placeholder, and then this titles of this one should change it to workspace, t of workspace. Okay, so task shortcut, that's a main tab, so I need to add in here for the main tab. Okay, the add title and the workspace thing. I think that's it for this component localizing, and just going to this select workspace. I don't think we have anything in here. Yep, just yes, and even in here nothing to localize. And let's just remove this gap. Fine, and the calendar grid components now. In here, the whatever the days I just added, let's get this translations. In here, this is going to be calendar dot days of week, and I can just remove this one, and instead move this one as the constant variable, like global variable, and in here the day of this one I can just use this t of day now, and that's what we are seeing here, calendar days of week. Did I let's just check the calendar dot days of week. Okay, why is it not, we are not seeing that? Refresh this again. Okay, this t of d okay, that's because this needs to be capitalized, that's why we're not seeing that. The key there, it's the capitalized version, so that Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay, yep, now we are seeing this, and this just the localizing our grid. And now just going to our header component, let's get this translations, use translations of this one, calendar dot header, and in here the previous text and all. Now let's use this, the previous text, and for reset, not for reset, it's like for coming to today, so the text is the today, and this one to next, so this is the next. Okay, so that's the localizing. And now just going to calendar task, and here again let's get this translations, calendar, and here this task thing, let me replace this one with t of task, and here as well just below, so I'm just changing this here if you don't have this item, the placeholder title. Yeah, that's the thing. And in the show more component, let's use this translations. This one, it's going to be calendar dot show more, and the things that needs to be changed is this more text, t of more, and this title and description. So let me just change this one to title, and this one needs to be changed to description. Okay, so yeah, those are the two changes, and I think we are pretty much good. And now so let's try to add in this shortcut component to other pages. But just before doing that, getting the user editable workspaces, I don't want to make the call in every of the page component that we have. So let's try to create in a context for that, where we try to get the user editable workspaces and wrap all of the components inside that. Okay, so in here I'm going to create in here this new user editable workspaces component here. So basically here we'll try to make, so in here this client and this the props, it's just the children's, so which it's going to be of react node. And after this let's create this context user editable workspaces context, and here we are going to use this create context, and this one use this it's going to be of use query result of in here the workspace array, and mention in here of type error by, or it can be of null. So by default let's set this one to null. So now this provider, so export const let's have this user editable workspaces provider, and inside this one let's add in the children is the props. And now here all we are going to do is first let's try to get this data by using this use session hook from nextjs, and here this it's going to be the query data. So the query data, we are going to make a query to the endpoint using this use query hook, and inside this one, and let's specify here the type that we are going to get is of the workspace array or the error. So now the query function inside this one, so it should be so in the API folder, that thing that we created, this should be the call to the endpoint. And now let's just take this one first. Let's get this user ID using this data dot user dot ID. Okay, and now this result, so this one I can just remove this one. Now the API workspace get a user editable workspaces, pass in this user ID, and we can just remove this one as well. So after this one, if result it's not so we got some error, so I'm just going to catch this error and convert this to a string, and throw in here this new error. I'm going to add in here this whatever the error text that we collected. So this is the thing, and after this, if everything went well, let's collect this data like we normally collect, and return this response. Okay, and now I need to attach in here this query key. That's why the issue. So this one, it's going to be get editable workspaces, and let me add in here, this is going to be data.user.id, and this one enabled, so depends upon this we have this id or not. So only if we have an id, we are going to enable a call to this endpoint. And after this one, let's return so after this one, let's return here this user editable context dot provider, the value. Let me attach in here this query data, and inside this the children. Okay, so and finally this use hook, so that we can consume these values inside our component. And let's name this one as use user editable work spaces. So inside this one, the context use context user editable workspace context, and same thing, if there is no context, I'm going to throw this error. And let's say the invalid use, like normally we did in other context providers, and we are going to return here the context. Okay, so this is the change the context, and now we can just remove this call because we no longer need it. We are doing this call here. So now this one, we need to of course we're going to see the error. That's fine. So in this dashboard section where we have this layout, I'm going to wrap everything inside this user editable workspaces provider, and let's move all of these things inside this thing, and now we should be good to get the data that I wanted. And all of the places that we added. So first thing in this calendar page, let's remove this call. So this whatever I just added, I'm just removing this, getting this data. And also for shortcut task, now let's no need to pass this thing, and that needs to be edited so that we don't see an error. So let's just go to this component, and here let's remove this one, and even this call. Now in here, let's try to use this user editable workspaces hook, and from here let's get this data, which it's going to be, let's rename this to workspaces, and is error and is loading, let's rename again, this one is getting workspaces, and the refetch function. Okay, so now we have this data, and we are going to use this, the active workspaces, the default value, let's just set this one to be null, and here we can just specify this is going to be null or of type workspace, so that we don't receive any type issues. And in here, like I can just add in the useEffect section, so to just update the workspace details. So if we have this workspace, so I'm going to update this one to workspaces of the first in value, and this is going to be depending upon the call to our endpoint, the workspaces. And now just going here, this setting this workspaces, let's just change this one as well, the workspaces. So here this is going to be this value or else the null. So that's the change. Now just going in here, this dialog trigger also let's do a small change in here. I'm going to wrap this one inside this hover card component, so that we can have some text for the user whoever is hovering on to this. So close delay, let's add in this I know I'm changing a lot of things, but that's how it works. So hover card trigger as a child, and inside this one we are going to have this component. So let me just add in here the let's change this one, the dialog trigger. This dialog trigger, I'm just going to remove this one and wrap inside this hover card trigger. And yep, so the icon, ghost, and all these things, the styling, this one, so let's just remove this thing completely. So I'm just going to add in a small width and height, and even for the smaller screens onwards, let's add in the height as 9. I think other than this, rest should be fine. So this is the thing, create task, and we need to add in so let's now inside after this trigger, the content of this hover card content, so align, let's center this one, and here I'm going to add in the int text. So here for this thing, let me add in for now the title, which I'm going to change. So on hovering we are seeing this thing, and also I can remove this text. I don't think I need this one, and this just pencil should be fine. And let me just add in this hint so that you will see what that is. So just going to this messages folder, so in the invite section, so just going in here, yep. So here let me add in the text, the int, let's say for this is for workspace, so I'm just adding related to workspace. And now inside this task shortcut, and here let me add in this int text here as like a quick add. Okay, so that's the thing. So now just going to this add task shortcut, so if I just change this title to int, we should see the int text, yeah, quick add. So that's the thing. So let me just close this, and still we are seeing an issue, so that needs to be fixed. So that's the thing. I think we'll be changing in other places as well. And this one also let's try to close this thing dialog. So I'm just setting this one to false, just the small changes that I'm trying to make in. And also now while we are trying to get the workspaces, and if I see any errors, so that needs to be handled as well, so not just showcasing this content. So after this header, the section where we're trying to pass on the data to our main tab and workspaces things, so let's try to handle that. So here if we have any error, So the component that I'll be rendering in is the client error component, and for this the message that I'm going to say is error fetching workspaces. So I'm just adding in this one now on and here if there is any error, we will try to attach in here this refetch callback function for this, so that we can try to make a one more call. So and for this I'm going to attach in this, and let's add in here the styling and all these props I'm just going to add in, and just margin top I don't want any, so I'm just adding in for all these screens 0. Okay, fine. And if again so depending upon this loading state, so if I'm getting this workspaces, then I'm going to show this loading component. So let's have this width full height of 20, flex, justify center, and let's make this items center. And inside this we are going to show this loading indicator saying that we are trying to get this data, and this is what I'm trying to handle. And else the whatever we have, this one I'm going to show inside this fragment all of these things. So let me just close this one, so completely move this one into this section. Okay, we need to change this one user editable workspaces to the workspaces data, and also I need to work on this client error component. So we need to change this props that we are sending on for that. So let me add in here the additional optional styling that we wanted to make, and the refetch callback function. So again let's make this one as optional. So let's get this props class name and on refetch. So this thing, the card that we have, let's try to make this styling as a dynamic. I'm just going to pass in the additional class stylings that we are going to get as a props, and in here add in this class names. And also now in this on click, so if on refetch if we do have, and here this href to go on rest we don't have, then I'm just going to trigger this on refetch call, and that's the thing. So if I just going back here, we shouldn't see any issues in this add task shortcut. And so now the issue is here, just let me fix this. The workspace, what is the issue? For now let's say this is we do have a value on all those things because we are handling that error above. And okay, this is the change. So if I try to refresh this one, okay, you don't have any workspace yet. Okay, I'm receiving this issue. I think the way I'm showcasing here, if we have an error, I'm showcasing this component, else again I'm checking for the getting workspaces. If not, we are showing this component. Of course this is good. The data, the workspaces, Okay, I'm just going to take care of that. Not a big issue for me as of now. And even this workspaces that we have here, let's make this one as optional. And also I'm just going to adjust this workspaces, and only if we have this, I'm just going to send this. And now in this task shortcut, I can just, wherever we are sending in, I can remove this, and now it should not be a problem. Okay, that's the small change. And also now in this calendar components, let me add in this as the child component for this in the calendar task. And the other sections, so basically in all of the pages I wanted to add in this shortcut, but what is the issue here in getting this details? Okay, we will fix this. So but let's add in here. So into this page, in the dashboard header, let me add in even into here the add task shortcut section. And user id, I'm going to pass in here session dot user dot id thing. So like this, let me just copy this one and add it for other pages as well. The pomodoro page, so here as well I'm just adding in the header. So let's add in this thing and import this shortcut task. And same thing, let's add in our settings page. Let's import this add task shortcut. Okay, and in our security and other pages as well, so here as well, let me just import this one in a theme page as well. Let's import this add task shortcut. Okay, so now from anywhere we should be able to create the task. That's the intent of this. And here also inside, after this, let me add in the shortcut component and pass in here this user id session dot user dot id. Okay, so now everywhere we are going to see this. And in the start page as well, so let me just paste this one, import this task shortcut. Yep. And also the workspace id pages, so in this mind map edit page, in this header, let me add in this add our task shortcut. The user id we are going to pass in this session dot user dot id. Okay, and here as well, let me just add in this add task user shortcut, the user id session dot user dot id, and I'm just closing this. The same thing needs to be added to our task edit page and all those things. So in here, let me import task shortcut user id session dot user dot id. Same thing to this section, user ID and attaching in here, passing in this user ID. Okay, yep, so that's the thing. And now we just added, but we're not getting this data. So why is this? Is the workspaces. Let's try to go to this add task shortcut component. So I wanted to console. So this data, why aren't we not getting this? So just going to this section, we are enabled, so data that we have user ID. So let's just try to console this data, this thing, and let me just open here this inspect section, and let's make this one bigger, and going to this console. Yep, I do have this data. So now, but still here, so going to this, the workspaces, what is it that we are getting? The workspace thing, okay, it's undefined. Okay, clearly we're not able to get this data, that's why. So what is the issue? So we're getting this data and trying to make a call to this workspace, get user editable workspaces, passing in this, and you're trying to get this response. Okay, I understood here the issue. Now we should be getting this data. Okay, instead of one exclamatory I was two exclamatory, just passing not, so that's why we're not getting this data. So I can just remove this consoling even here. Okay, so now we should be able to see in any of the page. So if I okay, let it reload. So in any of the pages that we just added, so be it the mind map tasks on every section, we are going to see this. So let's see that if I'm going to this workspace page, so trying to navigate here, this workspace ID page. Okay, where is this workspace? Okay, here in this workspace, let's minimize this one. Yep, so let me just add in here as well the add task shortcut user ID. I'm going to pass in here the session dot user ID, and here as well. So now we should see, yep, so this one. So clicking on this, it's going to open as this create task, and we can just create, and anywhere. So even in this pomodoro page, we should be seeing this, and in the start section and all, assign to me page and all those places, we just added this shortcut logic to create task from anywhere, and that's the thing. And also just small changes to our components, like assign to task component, and also in the dashboard header, just small styling change, because we did added this additional component. So I just wanted to make sure it has enough gap. So in this dashboard header component, let's just change this gap to 1, and also here from 4 I'm just changing this to 2. Okay, yep, just small changes so that it looks better. And in even this user component, let me just add in the margin left. Yep, so that there is some space between this user and this thing. And also the let's say we are in our task, so let me just get into, and here invite also, let's wrap the trigger point inside the hover card like we just did. So let me just add in here this hover card component in this open delay 250, close delay 250, and inside this thing let's add in here this hover card trigger as a child, and inside this I'm just going to move this dialog trigger and here paste this one, and yeah, that's the small change. And after this hover card trigger, let's add in this hover card content where we added this the hint for this workspace as well. So here this one, it's going to be a t of hint. So if you just yep, that is the add to workspace. So that's the text, and that's the small change here in the hover text that I wanted to provide in. Now the tasks component where we have this assigned to task, this assigned to task selector and all these calls where we are trying to in here I wanted to get the user editable workspaces, and basically whether he can edit or not, that I wanted to add in here. So let's maintain here this local variable can edit, and let's initially set this one to false. And now let's get this use user editable workspaces data, and in here this data, let's rename this one to editable workspaces, and is error getting workspaces. So we are making very strict who can edit and all those things. Okay, so here is getting the workspaces loading text, and the refetch workspaces. Okay, so now let's try to handle this one in the useEffect like we did in the other component. So this one now, editable workspaces in the workspace ID. So depending upon this we are going to run this. So if editable workspaces, so now I'm going to get this in this workspace details. So let's try to get this sum the workspace, and here this workspace ID matching it to the ID that we have as the param for this component, and I can set this one to like if it is in the current workspace, so that is in this workspace, then this is going to be true, that is you can edit. And now here let's try to get this error also. So is error getting assigned user, and refetch. Let's rename this one to refetch assigned. So now we have this one, and in the content where we have this loading info and all, so I'm going to add in this additional check. So is getting workspaces as well. We're going to show this loading state component, and also here let's add in here is no workspaces. We're going to show this, and for this I'm going to pass in here this additional prop, whether can edit or not, so which we are going to pass in for that. And after this one so let's try to add in, so I can just remove this thing, and we can just display this, and let's get rid of this and close this one, and here let's remove this completely. And now this one, if error getting assigned user, then I'm going to show this button. And now for error getting the workspaces, so I'm going to show this component. So let's just change this. Okay, so for getting the workspaces, so instead of this router dot refresh, all we are going to do is call this refetch workspaces function again. So that's the change. And for this getting the user, even here let's change this one to refetch assigned. Okay, so we are trying to get this once again, try to make a call to get the assigned users. Now I need to edit this command container, so let's just go here and pass in the additional prop which I just added, can edit or not. So this is going to be a boolean. So now this can edit I'm going to pass in again to this command user component. And now let's just go here to this command user. In here again, let me just add in this prop can edit, which is of type boolean. So this button that we have, I'm going to disable based upon this can edit value. So can edit, so this one I need to get this prop. Okay, and now everything should be fixed. And even here this thing, let me get this can edit. Okay, so yeah, that's how I'm just restricting who can edit if it's only in a particular workspace that is part of and all those things. So that's the check which is straightforward. And also now in this the invite users component, this content, this drop down menu content, let's just make this side to be of right, and the align, let me add in this one to be center. Okay, just the small UI corrections and all those things. And also now let's focus on adding the permission indicator in our particular workspace. So basically what is its role and all those things, I just wanted to add in the that component inside the particular workspace and all. So I'm just going to create the permission indicator component, not a file. Let's create a separate folder for that, so that we isolate the components for each individual functionality. So here the permission indicator is the folder, and here let me create in here this new component called the permission indicator.tsx. so let's just have this placeholder for now. The props that we are going to send in is the user role, which is of type the user permission or it can be null. So here let's just create in here this permission indicator. So this one, the props that we are going to receive, let's just destructure here the props, and here this user role. Okay, and now inside this I'm just going to wrap inside this dialog and try to show the user role accordingly. So let's just add in this dialog component. So inside this let's have the first the list of the user role emojis like we normally maintain. So here I'm just going to here have the codes 1F432 and the 1F660E and then 1F920. Okay, and then 1F913. So these are the list. Now we are going to use this list and try to wrap in inside our the dialog component, and just for now I'll pass in the inside this the dialog. Let's wrap in inside the hover card component. Okay, and let's have this open delay 250 standard, the close delay as well 250. And now inside this I'm going to add in this dialog trigger component, and let's have this one as a child. So this where exactly I wanted to use, so let me just import this one in the workspace section. In this workspace ID page, this is where exactly I wanted to see this. So just before this I'm just going to add in here this permission indicator component, and let's pass in here this user role for this component. Okay, so we don't have anything inside that to see, so let's create inside this the trigger. So in here this trigger I'm just going to add in a button like we normally add in all of the trigger point, and inside this if the user role is equals to owner, let's just try to show the small span text with the that same emoji, which is user roles emojis of 0. Okay, so this is where I wanted it to show that component. Yep, so this is the emoji. Now let's just make this variant as ghost, and the size of this, let's change this to icon, and for this width and height I'm going to set this to 8, and a smaller screen onwards let's have the width and height set to 9. Okay, yep, so that's the indicator. So same like this, let me just copy for other roles that we have, and I'm going to change this icons and the text. This is going to be admin, and the other role that we have is edit, and this is read only. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this to 1, 2 and 3. So since the I'm the owner of this workspace, that's what we are seeing. After this trigger the hover card content. So this hover card content, let's add in here these for now, or the text as hit, and I'm just going to change that later. And the align, let's center. So basically here no, it's taking some time. So now okay, that's fine. And the hover card content, and after this hover card content, let me add in here this dialog content. So this again, let's have this maximum width to be like 4 to 5 pixel, and inside this the header, so I'm just going to add in here this placeholder. So let's add in this the dialog title component. This is like role title. We are going to change this later, and after this I'm just going to add in this description. So here again, let's add in this placeholder text. Since we don't have this dialog open, that's fine, we are not going to see. And here I'm just going to add in this grid. Let's add in this padding. So, and after this the footer, so just below this let's add in here this folder. These are all placeholders just to see this one, and later we are going to add in this type. It's going to be a submit, and for example change role, something like this. Okay, so if I just set this one open, so click on this dialog, so this is what we are seeing. Okay, and on our I should see this text, that's fine. Okay, that's the small change, and now we added into our the workspace page. Okay, so now for that what are we going to do is let's try to actually pass in the workspace name and other details for that page. So just to pass in for this component, I'm just going to first let's add in the workspace name as well, that I wanted to send it to it. This, it's going to be a string, so let's just destructure this one. So how exactly I'm going to use s, so again let's create in here the local state, whether to open this dialog or not, set open, and use the state. Let's set this one to be false initially, and now let's attach in this values open for this dialog, and on open change let's pass in this set open. Okay, fine. And this workspace name, where exactly I wanted to show is here. So not in this trigger button, but in the our content in here. Let's remove this one, and now inside this, and also let's try to localize this one. So to localize, I'm just going to add inside this thing the permission indicator. So I'm just going to copy all of the things related to permission indicator, and let's add in just before this client error. So I'm just adding in here the permission indicator. So now just going here, I can just use this translations, use translations, and here this name of this is the one just I added, the permission indicator. So I'm just adding in here this permission indicator, and the hover card content. Now we can just use this t of int, and for this I'm going to pass in the workspace value, so workspace, and pass in here this workspace name, and let's add in some space. And after this inside this itself, I'm just adding in the space, and after this if the user role, so basically let me just copy this whole thing and add in here. If the user role is owner, and the text that I wanted to show here, let's make this one the text primary, and alongside here let's add in the roles.owner as the text. Okay, so if I just hover now, let's refresh. What's wrong with this? Okay, ideally I should see this text. That's fine, so I'm just going to replace for this sections, just change this one and this one. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this one to first one, second one, and third one, and here instead of this owner I need to change this one to admin, and here instead of this one should change it to the editor. So here the editor role, and this one, the read only, should be changed to read only. Okay, so this is the small change in here. And this dialog content, let's make maximum bit more, and after this here as well. So let me just copy in here this dialog title, whatever I just added inside this thing. I'm just going to replace this role title with this thing, and here this text instead of this one. So let me just add in this, it's going to be of a title, and the remaining it's going to be pretty much the same. So if I just have, so your current rule is this, and let me add in here some space. Yep, current rule is this, and after this the description also, it's going to change the description as well. Let me just paste in here and change this one to the description. The text, it's going to be description, and I'm passing in here the workspace name. So your permissions in workspace are currently owner, and after this based upon this and the text here, let's try to change this one to roles dot descriptions owner. So roles underscore description dot owner. So this is the thing, and I just don't want in the span, so I'm just going to add in this inside empty fragment. Okay, the same thing, and also I don't think emoji makes sense because we already had it, so I'm just removing this emoji. Okay, let me just close this, and here I just need to change this roles to this description. Okay, so that's how it's going to be the title, and after this inside in here let's add the same this thing. So for now let me just copy this one. So let me just copy, and here I'm just going to add inside this p tag this roles, and okay, and here do I need to this, so let me change this one back to just roles, because we are adding below the description, I think multiple places. For now I'm just adding in this, later we'll style this. Okay, that's the description and this footer, and on clicking of this I'm going to do is just close this dialog. So let's false, and this one let's make this width full and text to be whiter. Okay, and this text of this, it's going to be whatever we have in this button. and size, let's make this one to be larger. Okay, just it's the information conveying dialogue, and that's what I wanted to add in as an indicator to this component. Okay, so this one I just wanted to add in all of the pages. So as of now I just added inside this workspace. So let's try to add in the mind maps and other sections as well. So what is this issue? Okay, I need to pass in here this workspace name. So this is going to be workspace dot name. Okay, so now we should see the workspace as well. So this workspace name, so this one let me add in for this mind maps, edit page and all those things. So inside this header component, so I'm just adding in here, let me just import this permission thing, and even here let me add in this permission indicator component. Same thing we are going to add into task id page, the permission indicator. Let's import here and here as well in this header section. Okay, yeah, I think those pages should be good for now, and that's the indicator component. So we can just check here. So even if I go to a particular mind map page, so it's loading whatever we added. Yep, here you can see, clicking on this, it just shows as the owner you have this all possible rights, and you can manage content and all that info. I'm just showcasing whatever we added in the messages list. The next thing I wanted to focus on is user activity status, and so last seen and all those things. So that one to keep track of, let's first add in the last time active property inside our schema in our table. So I'm just going to modify the user table and add in this property in here. Below this, let's add in the last time active. So this is going to be this date time default. Let's set this one now. So I'm just going to migrate the schema. So npx prisma migrate dev, so it's going to generate so here added last time active to user model. Okay, so now we have this. So I need to maintain this status. So for us to maintain the status, let me create a new endpoint inside. So let me just extend this sidebar, and inside this API folder, let's create a new folder for the users, and here I'm going to create an endpoint called update activity, and inside this the route. So for updating, let's copy any of this and thing, and I'm just going to change this update activity, and inside this should be simple. So let's just remove whichever. Okay, the session and this body, and after this the schema, let me just create the schema here itself. This is going to be an object with the current time. So this is going to be of type string, and I'm going to parse that and just destructure here this current time. And once we get this current time, and let's just find this user, and after this, if user not found, so I'm just throwing this one, and we can just remove all of these things, the permission checks and all. And now we need to update the property which we just created in our DB. So here the where id is going to be user.id, and after this the data that I didn't need to provide, last time active. So this one, let's pass in here this data. Now we are going to update, and inside this let me just add in here okay. And now let me just remove the unused things. Okay, so this is the endpoint to update the activity of the user, the thing. Now where exactly are we need to handle this one is, let's again try to create a new context for this, like user activity status as the component. And also I wanted to get the users belonging to this particular workspace and all those things. So same thing, and just let's create inside this users folder itself the get users endpoint, and get all of the users that have subscribed to this workspace and show their activity details and all those things. So creating in here this route.ts, and let's just copy this one, and this is going to be a get endpoint. So let's just copy this one and update this thing inside this thing. So here the workspace ID is what we just need, and if you don't have this workspace ID, I'm just going to say this as no workspace. Okay, and after this instead of ID, let's have query this subscription, and here this workspace ID. Okay, and here this one, let's change this to many and include subscriptions, workspace ID and user role. This is going to be pretty much the same. And after this, let's collect this users. So let's name this as a return users, and I'm going to this one, let's change this to users. So users.map. So I'm just collecting the properties which I need. So return the ID, which it's going to be the user.id. Username, this is going to be user.username. Image, user.image. User role, user.subscriptions of .user role, and the last time active, it's going to be user.last time active. Okay, and this check to remove this, and also remove this user role. And now here we are going to return this return users list. Okay, fine. So this is the endpoint which is going to give me the list of the users belonging to this subscription. And like first, let's create a context for that. Inside this context folder, let's name this one as user activity status.tsx. Okay, and inside this, first let's make this as a client-side component, and the user activity status. Okay, so the props, the children's that we are going to wrap. React node. Okay, and now the interface for our user activity or status. So in here, this loading thing, and it's going to be a boolean, and if there is any error while we are trying to get this data, and all users list, so this is going to be of type let's again create this inside our, okay, for now let's have this as any, and inside this extended file I'm just going to create an interface for user active item list. Okay, so just whatever the properties that we were returning from that endpoint, this is going to be that username, which is a string, and this image, which is going to be a string or null, the user role, which it's going to be of type user permission, and last time active, this is going to be of type date. So now we have this, and I'm just going to user activity status, and let's just import this user active item list. So this is going to be an array. So, and after this, the all active users, and again this is again going to be a list of this, and all inactive users list. So I'm just maintaining active, all users, and inactive users. So this is for all of this, and after this the function which is going to get me the active users based upon this role type. So this is for that, get active users role type. So here we are going to pass in this user permission, and we are going to expect it to return this list of the users active item object. And after this, then finding the user by ID. So this is again one function. So in here again, this is going to return object of this type, and then this refetch callback function of this use query. Okay, so now let's prepare this context user activity or status context. So let's create in here this create context, and this it's going to be of type the user activity status, which we just prepared the interface, or null. So default, let's set this one to null. So now the provider, so user activity status provider, and inside this let's have this children as the props, where we are going to wrap all of the components which should have access to all the functionality that we are doing here. So in here, first thing, the toast I need to show any error messages, and then this translations of these messages, and the to keep track of inactive users and active users. So here all inactive users, so and here set all inactive users. This is going to be of type user active item list array. So by default, let me set this one to be a empty array, and now this all active users list. So again set all active users. This is again, it's going to be of type user active list item array, and the default, let me set that as the empty array. Okay, and the param that we are going to send for the endpoint is going to be the workspace ID. So let's just collect that param using this use params function, and I'm going to collect the workspace ID that we are trying to get the users belonging to. Params dot workspace ID. So if we have, I'm just going to get this workspace ID, else this is going to be null. So now we have all we need, the use query, the thing, and inside this, first what are we going to return is this data. Let's rename this to users, and is error, is loading, and also the refetch function. And here we are going to expect here user active item list array, and this or error. Fine. Now inside this, the query function, let's make a call to the endpoint which we just created, fetch /API users get users, and I'm going to provide in here this workspace ID, which it's going to be the workspace ID. Okay, so once we make a pretty standard, if result is not okay, let's collect this error. So collecting this error, and this one, typecast this one to our string, and we are going to throw this error as the, so let's throw this one with whatever the error message that we got. Else let's collect this response, await response.json, and I'm going to return this data from this. Okay, so this is the query function, and let's add in this query key. So it's going to be get user activity or status, and let's pass in here this workspace ID, and this one would be enabled only if we have the workspace ID, and a refetch interval, let's say this time and cache time. Okay, so let me just mention in here the cache time, this many milliseconds. Okay, fine. So now we have the endpoint to get the details that we want, and also now here itself to update the last time active and all we need to handle. So let's handle that one using this mutation, and this one we need to dynamically update. So let's see how we can handle this one. So let's rename this one to user update activity, and inside this the mutation function. So let's get this current time. So the current time, it's going to be this new date of, let's convert this to ISO or string, and we are going to pass this one to the update endpoint, API /users update activity, and we are going to pass in here this current time. That's what it's needed for this endpoint, and we are going to update. And on error, just the pretty standard Axios error, let's collect this error response.data, error response.data, else errors dot let's say can't get users. This and all I am going to add at the end, the text and all. And now this toast message, the title, let's pass in this as the error, and variant destructive. Okay, so this is what we are going to handle. And now how are we going to update is basically, let's do this inside useEffect hook. And in here I'm going to, so as soon as this component is mounted, I'm going to call this update user activity function, and here update and refetch function. So inside this update user activity, and call this refetch function, and the interval id for every let's say this one I'm going to call okay. So for this for every this interval id, we are going to call this the update and refetch function, so that we update the last time active. And on mounting, let's clear this interval id. So this is how we are going to make sure the last update value is updated. And also we need to collect the active users and inactive users. So how are we going to do? Again, let's have in one more useEffect. Here, depending upon the users values change, we need to update those things. So if we don't have the users, let's just return. Else let's get this current time using this DJS. And now this active users, I can just filter users dot filter users. What is the error? The data we okay. What is this error? The query function. Why am I seeing this error? Use query. Okay, this should be response, that's why. And this cache time, okay, let's comment this as well. That's fine. So now we don't have an issue, so let's worry about caching and all those things. And here let's get this last active time by using this DJS, and by passing in here last active time, and calculate this time difference. Current time dot difference of this last time active, and here pass in here minute, and return here if the time difference is less than 4. Okay, so that's the active users thing. And inactive users, just whatever users dot filter, and this user whoever is not in this list active users, then that's what it's going to be, the inactive users. And now let's update into our local variables, set all inactive users, active users to this, and set all inactive users, the inactive users list that we have. So this is how we are going to update the active users and inactive users. Okay, and the other functions that we added to getting the user active users role type. So let's just create in here this function so that we can export this one and use it in our components. Get active users role type, and here on this role on the permission inside this, let's iterate through all active user so did I name this one? Okay, all active users, and filter this user with the role that we received as the param user role, matching it to the input. Okay, this is the function, and finding the user by id, the id we are going to receive, and here I can just find this users dot find this user using the id that we receive as the param. So this is the logic, and if we found the user, we are going to return this user, else null. Okay, so this is the function to find the user by id. And now the thing that I wanted to provide to children components is, let's create in here this object user activity status, and here is loading, is error, the all users. This is going to be the whatever the value that we have in this users variable, or else the empty array, and add active users, all inactive users, and this get active users role type, the find user by id function, and this refetch callback function. So this is what I wanted to provide. So now here in this user activity status dot provider value, let's attach in this info, and now here I can just wrap in this children. So this is the logic and all. So after this, the hook, so use user activity status, so inside this one const context, use context, and here let's attach in this context, and again pretty common. So if it's not in the context that we wrapped in, we are going to throw this error. Let's throw this error message as invalid use, else let's return this context. Okay, so this is what we have in this use query. The caching thing, what was the problem? I still don't get. Okay, let's ignore the caching one. So now we have this thing, so this needs to be wrapped inside the layout of this dashboard. So we need to wrap all of the children's in a layout. So, and also this one, the cache time, this is going to be the garbage time. So yep, so it's the minutes that we are trying to so this for after 1 minute, and this after 3 minutes, and all that's the thing that we are just providing. Now just going to this local dashboard layout component, and in here now I need to wrap this children. So here let me use this user activity status provider, and let's move all of this one inside to this. Okay, so that's the change. So now all of this will have the access to the whatever we defined there. which endpoint is this? Okay, so we will okay, update activity. It's a 405. That's because I'm just going to restart this. We changed this db, and so I need to just restart that one. Now once we restart, so where are we supposed to do or show that one is basically inside this workspace options component. I'm just going to add in all of this users details that we just created. So let me create in the sidebar section, sidebar folder, in the options sidebar for this workspace options, create a new folder inside this, like it's the users list who are belonging to this workspace. And in here let's create the containers for the user. So all of the users I'm just going to show inside this component. And also the user status I can just create or the separate component. I'm just trying to isolate the functionality to each of the component. And one more, the user the status type list. So this is one component. Now let's have this the status container. So I mean the container component, let's make this one as a client component. And here have this skeleton component for now, users container. Okay, so now inside this one, let's return for now the empty fragment. So this exactly where we are going to add in here is inside this workspace option. So just below this div, let me add in this users container. Okay, so this is what exactly I wanted to add in here. So inside this users container, let's again try the localizing this one. So I'm just adding the list for that inside. So let's do it parallelly. So in here I'm adding in your user status list, role and header and all those details. So now going here into this component users container, let's get the translations, use translations. So this, it's going to be users status list. And now from this use user active status hook, so inside this let me try to get this is loading and get active users role type, all active users function is error, and this refetch function. So once we get this, now let's collect this owners. So here I can get this get active users role type and pass in here this owner. And the same thing, let's collect all of those into different variables. And this one is for admin, and next for the editors, get active users role type, let's add in here this edit. And after this, the viewers, get active users role type, add in here read only. So now we have all of this list. And first thing, if we have any error, I'm going to return this div with something like a message. So inside this, let's add in here this error message, the error dot message. Okay, and after this we'll have this button to retry. So inside this size, let's make this one as smaller. On click, we are going to try to fetch this again, and the text of this, it's going to be error dot button. Okay, fine. And let's just make this this styling as a flex column, and justify center text center. You might not see this one, so if you just wanted to see, I can just show him the same thing here. Now if I just refresh, we should see Yep, so that's the thing. They failed to retrieve workspace members information, try again, and all those things. And margin, let's have some gap of like 6 and add in some margin top. Okay, yep, so this is the thing. And the styling for this text, the text, let's make this one smaller. In text, muted, muted foreground. Okay, yep, so this is the thing. And now I'm just going to copy this one and move this to, if we have error only then we'll show that. Else, what is it that we are going to show in here? Now if that is the case, in this div, again check for if it's loading. Then if it's loading, this the loading, and here let me just add in here empty fragment. So if it's loading, so what is it that I wanted to render in here is, so for now let me just comment here this one so that you can see the loading, the state as well. So the loading basically, here I'm going to add in the loading state icon. So this is what I wanted to add in. And for this, let's justify center, and also let's add in here this items center. And the flex column, just remove this, and even this text center, remove this. Width, let's make this one full. Margin top, let's have this one as 2. And height, let's say it's going to be of 28. Okay, so this is what I wanted. So let me just copy this one and uncomment this part now. So in here, if it's loading, this is what I wanted to add in here. Okay, if not the case, then all of the user status type list for owners, admins, editors, viewers, and all inactive users things, I wanted to pass in here. So for that, let's work on this component which we are at to have. So in here, this component, the props for this component, we are going to send in is this users user active item list array, and this title, which is going to be a string, and the active, again let's make this one as optional boolean. Now this component user status type list, and inside this let's just destructure the props, and this one the users title and the active thing. So what I'm going to do now here, if let's double check if the user's length it's equals to 0, so we are not returning anything, so let's just return null. Else, inside this div, let me show first the title and the users of this having this role. Okay, and after this one, so we can just add into this container. So let me add in so that we'll see something on the screen. So user status type list, the title, I'm going to pass in here the roles dot owner, and pass in here this users list, which it's going to be the owners, and active, let me here now you should see here owner and the one, so that's exactly only one owner and one user is part of this workspace now. So going to this, and after this one, let's add in a div, and here we are going to iterate through this users list that we get, and here let's try to render the user status component, which we are yet to have. And this one, let's style this like text to be extra small, and or else smaller screen onwards, let's make smaller. And I want it to be uppercase. Text, let's make this one muted foreground. Okay, so now this component, the user status component, let's make this one as a client component, and the props that will be sending on to this component is the image of the user if we have, and the username, which it's going to be a string, and the text, which number, and whether is active or not, so the boolean thing. So I'm just, these are the props so that will be sending to this component. So the component user status, let's just destructure the props here, this image, username, max test, and active. And here let's the name, let's try to truncate this one. I'm going to create a reusable function for that, and inside this div, let's add in this user avatar component that we have, and pass in here this image, and this size, let's say of 14. The styling and all I'm just going to take care. And after this, if active, I'm going to show in here this div with the indication that is active, so I'm going to style this as well. And after this thing, let's show the name, for now the username. Okay, assume like this is the component now, so we'll style that. So in here where I have this empty fragment, let's replace that with our component, the user status component. The key, it's going to be the user ID, and the image, let's pass in here this user dot image, username, which again it's going to be user dot user name. In the active status, let's pass in here this active. Okay, now you can see that's the thing that we have. And here if we have many users, let's make this one as flex column, and gap of 2, and width full, and margin top, let's make this one as 2. Okay, fine. So now just going to this user status component, so to just indicate, so let me just style this div properly, and then we will add in the helper function to truncate the text of the username and all those things. So make this as a flex item center, add in here this bg background. Okay, and have this gap of 2 over, I want the accent background, and rounded, let's make this one to be small, padding in the x direction and y direction to be 1, and duration, let's say 200, and the transition colors, let's apply in here. And if is not active, then I'm going to add in this opacity, let's say 50, else let's just leave this. Okay, and now so if I just hover this up with this, so this class, let's make this one as relative, and the profile image, width and height, let's say 8 for less than smaller screen, else let's have width to be 10, and height also let's say 10. That's the thing. And if it's active, let's add in this absolute, and the bottom 0, right 0, width 3, height 3, and here rounded, let's have this like dot, green dot indicator kind of thing. This have this border, and this shadow, let's say small, and this border to background, let's make this one to be primary. Okay, can you see here, this is what the dot, black dot, like you can change it to green color and all. So that's the thing. And this the text primary, and text smaller, and change this one to base and break words. This is the user status component, and now I said we are going to create a simple hook which is going to help us truncate the text. So let's create this hook inside this folder. Let's name this as use truncate text.tsx, and make this one as the client side component. So here this component name is use truncate text, and here we are going to receive in here this text alongside this max length, the number, and now here let's see whether this is a small screen or not. So we can use in here this use media query, and this one max width, let me pass in here this as 640 pixel, and now this length, if it's the smaller screen, I'm going to add in here this max length -5, else let's have this max length. And now if this text length it's less than or equals to length, so we can just return this right away, the text. Else let's try to slice this. So text dot slice to this length, and remaining I'm just going to add in these 3 dots. So simple helper function to take care of exceeding the max length that we are specifying. And now this one, let's try to collect this one by passing here use truncate text, pass in here this username and the max text for this one. So once we pass in for that, let's say this is now, and instead of this username I'm going to pass in here this name. Okay, that's the thing for this styling. So if I just wanted to add the other user, so let's say I'm the editor role, or else let's say the admin, and copy this link, and I'm going to log out from here and log in with the other account. So in here this sign in page that we have, and sign in with this Google account, which is other this thing. So I logged in here, and whatever the link I copied, let me just browse it, and I should be part of this one. Okay, so I'm part of this workspace here, and if I just go to refresh this one, I should see this user as well as the admin. So get users, it's 200 with the workspace. Okay, we are making a call, but this data, let me just try to okay, we are making for every 3 minutes or so here this thing. So ideally we should see again here this owner is this user, and here I need to get this additional detail. That's I'm going to just print this one. Let's go to this hooks, user activity status. In here ideally I should get all of these things. So inside this user container, okay, I'm not passing in here, that's why. So same thing here, let me add in here this admin, and here let's pass in here this admins list. Yep, this is the thing. So we are getting this data that we want and all those things, and able to showcase in the workspace options sections, like depending upon the admins, owners and activity status as well. And if it's for then minutes like that he has logged off or is not active in this workspace, we are not going to show that indicator in the user status. And this the small indication of the activity status of the user. And then now what we wanted to focus on is, let's say if the user kind of I wanted to have a notification system. So basically if the user joined workspace, or if user quits workspace, if user creates some mind maps, if user creates new task and all those things. So let's try to show the list of the notifications to other users who are part of the workspace and all. So for that let's as usual update our schema, because we wanted to keep track of the users notifications. So in here let me just create the enum, the notify type. So this notify type, if new user is in the workspace, and if user left workspace, and if user created new task, or the new mind map is created, those all activities should be sent as the, and if the new role is updated, or this new assignment task to the user, and then new assignment the mind map. Okay, these are all the notifications types that will be sending this one. So let's create now this model name, this it's, let's say this is of notification, and in here as usual the unique ID, let's have an ID default ID generated, and relation to the user, and also relation to workspace and all those things. So I'm going to add in here this user relation name, let's say notify user, and fields the user ID, and it references the ID of that table on delete cascade. And here let's add in the user ID. So in here I'm just user ID, which is of type string, And okay, I'll just add it here. In the right hand side, still the other admin which is added. It's because he has become inactive, but we should show the inactive users as well. So inside this list I need to show the other users as well. So let me just copy here, and this was for admin, and now let's change this one to can edit, and I'm going to pass in here the editors, and this one to read only, and let's pass in here the viewers. And after this let me just paste here this one, finally the one who are not available. Okay, that's the thing. And here instead of this owners, let's pass in here all inactive users. So let me just get those details, all inactive users, and I'm going to pass in here all inactive users to this. Yep, now we see that under unavailable. Yep, that's the small correction. I just forgot to add in other things, and let's just remove all these things. Fine. So now just going to this schema, let's complete this one, the user ID and the notify creator, which is again of type relation. The name, let's name this as notify creator, and the fields, let's have this notify creator ID, and it references ID, and on delete cascade, and let's have this notify creator ID, which is of type string. And now this mapping to our workspace, this the relation fields, let's have this workspace ID, and it references ID, the ID of this, and after this the workspace ID, the string, and let's say unseen, so whether this notification is seen or not. So by default let's set this one to false, and is it clicked, so this is again boolean type, this again false, and created date, this is going to be of type date time, default let's say the current time, and notify type, here we have this notify type enum, and a new user role, this it's going to be user permission, and this task ID, this is again optional, mind map ID, and I'm going to make this one as optional. And let's create an index on the user ID, and the index on the notify creator ID, and I'm going to create an index on the workspace ID. Okay, so we just added this notification model, and I need to add in this mapping to our user table, and also the pomodoro settings. Let's okay, leave in the workspace also. Let me just add in here this after mind maps, the notification, so here this notification array, and now in the users table, let's add in here this user notifications, and this is going to be list of notifications, the relation name, it's of notify user, and then this user created notifications, which it's of again notification array. The name of this relation, it's going to be notify creator. Okay, so this is the thing. So now let's just migrate this schema. So I'm just going to migrate this one. So let's say added notification model thing should be fine. Okay, so now we added this notification model, and now I wanted to create same way the containers, and this should be shown as part of dashboard header. So for us, let's create the notifications folder and components related to that, notifications, and here this notifications, let's create this notification container.tsx, and then the simple notification item. So let me add in here this notification item.tsx. so this notification container, for now let me just add in this as a placeholder notification container, and inside this let's wrap everything in the popover component, and this one should be const. Okay, and this component I wanted to add as part of this dashboard header component. So let's open this header and dashboard header, and here just the children that I have. So let's create in here one more div. So again make this flex wrap items, let's center them, gap of 0.5, and if it's smaller, let's say gap of 1. And inside this, whatever the children that I have, I'm just wrapping inside this alongside the component that we have, this notification container I'm going to show here. Okay, so as of now we don't have anything inside that, so let's try to add in something so that we can see on the screen. So inside this popover, let's add in this hover card, close delay, and here this popover trigger. Let's add in this button, so I'm going to add inside this power card trigger, and let's add in here this button component, and inside this let's have this bell icon, and size of this let's say 16, and let's say here the count, I'm just going to add in some 9 count. So yeah, that's the notifications thing. And this button, let's make this variant as a ghost, and the size of this, let's add in make this one as a icon, and as usual the size width I'm going to restrict it to 6. And if the invite component that we have and the role indicator component that we have, if you don't want, you can just remove, and also you can just adjust the height and width of it, but I'm just leaving that for now. And here the height, let's say make this one as 9 for this one, so that looks better. And after this div, let's make this one as absolute, and top 9, right on top right. Top right, and here this top 0, and right let's say 0, and background the primary rounded, it has to be full, and the add in this border width, let's say 3.5, height 3.5, and if it's a small screen onwards, width to be 4 and height to be 4. Make this flex, justify center, and items, let's center this, and text to be extra small. Okay, let's see this one, and let's make this one as relative. Yep, and the text have that okay, that's exactly where I wanted to. The text color, we are going to change this later. That's fine, just the position is important for me now. And after this, and also here I don't want this active indication. In the workspace section, sidebar, option sidebar, workspace options, users list, this status container, let's not pass in here this active. Yep, so that is the thing. And continuing inside this thing, after this trigger, pop over trigger, let's add in here this hover card content, and inside this, let's say the text of this, it's going to be notifications, and below this one, let's have, and let's just minimize this one, the popover content, and inside this thing, this side of this, I want it to be bottom, and align, let's set this one to end, and this one, let's have this width to be fit, and the maximum width, let's say it can take 300 pixel, and if a small screen onwards, let's say 390 pixels, and have this padding of 2 and padding of 4 from small screen onwards. And inside this, let's add the headers. So inside this one, I'm going to add in the notifications as the title. So if I just click in here, this is the title that we have, and after this, the button component, and here make this text smaller, variant, let's have this secondary, and here you have notification, something like this. I'm just adding, later we'll change this text. So this is the thing, and this div that we have, let's make this flex column, gap of 6, and this one also, let's make this flex and have more gap from bigger screens. The items, let's center this one, and the yep, and this one, let's make this font type to be medium, and the leading, I don't want any, so none. So that's the thing. And after this div, let's wrap everything inside the scroll area component. The maximum height, let's say of 96, and inside this one, I'm just going to add in for now the notification item component, which we don't have. I'm just going to create this, and inside this, let's for now add in this empty fragment. So this notification item component, I'm just going to create the placeholder For this, let's make this one as client side component. Let me just minimize this, and here this notification item, and this name, I'm just going to use this truncate text hook and pass in here this username and this 20. And now here inside this, let's have in a div. So I'm just going to add in some notification items here. Later we are going to make this as dynamic notification item. Let's add in few examples to just 3 components to just see how it's going to look. Okay, so as of now we don't have anything inside this. Let's add in the user avatar component. Let's pass in here this height and width as 10, size of 12. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. And after this div, I'm going to wrap inside a div and add in here let's add in some text like name. I'm just going to add in this name, the username, and let's add in some placeholder. This placeholder text, we are going to remove that. And after this, here inside this, let's say one notification. Simply I'm just adding this as a placeholders. And after this, let's add in for now, just add in here this div with a button and a bell icon. Change this one to $& and add in here this button component, height and width. Let's set this to 6, variant ghost, and size of this the icon. And here I'm just going to add in here this bell dot icon, size 16. Okay, so yeah, this is the bell icon. So now we need to style this better to look better. So let's make this one as a flex and gap of 4. Okay, yep, and this div, I think it's fine. And this div again, make this flex and add in this gap of 4. And this one width, I want it to be full, text to be smaller, and flex the direction to be column and have this gap of 1. Yes, and this name of this, let's make this font type to be bolder. Yep, that's the thing. In this text, let's say text to be extra small, and I want this text to be a muted foreground. Okay, yeah, this is the notification item, just the placeholder for now, and we just included in the header to see how it is going to look like. And now the thing that we need to do is try to create an endpoints to fetch the notifications and also updating, and whenever we are leaving or joining, notify and all those things. So let's first create this endpoints. Notifications endpoints, let's create a new folder called the notifications, and inside this first let's try to get the details of the notifications. So using this get route, and just a small change in the schema. So just in this notification instead of this unseen, let's change this one to seen, and I'm just migrating this one, renamed unseen to seen variable. Okay, this is just a small change so that we don't get confused with unseen and seen. Okay, so now going to this endpoint, notifications get route. So in here, wherever we have getting these details, let me just copy here this route. So I'm just pasting this in here. So here we are going to send in this user ID and no workspace ID, so just remove this one, no user API, and after this let's rename this one to user notifications, and instead of this user table, it's going to be notification table, and find many, and I'm going to pass in here this user ID, and including, let's remove this subscription. So here this notify creator, select the ID, the user name, and this image. Fine. So after this, the workspace details, let's select in here this ID and name of the workspace. So this is the thing, and also let's try to order by. So here let's try to order by this creator descending order, and if there is no users notifications, let's first now just leave that as it is. In here we are going to return here this user notifications. So this is the endpoint to get the details of the notifications, and now the other endpoints to update on the clicking on this, like seen and on all those things. So first let me inside this itself, new folder, let's name this as set click, and here for all notifications. So let me just add in here this route, and the editing, the endpoint, let me just copy this one. So inside this thing, let's remove all of this unused thing. Session user we are going to check, and in here it's no body, so I'm just removing the schema thing, and user, let's not include anything. So I'm just trying to get this user details, and if you don't have user, we're going to show this. Else let me just remove all of this thing. I'm going to update this notification table, that update many, and where this user ID session dot user dot ID, the data that I'm going to update is clicked. I'm going to set this to true. Okay, and finally we are going to send OK, and that's the endpoint to update the clicked variable to true. And now to get the by ID, so I'm just going to create inside this new folder by ID, and create the route.ts, and let me just copy this endpoint and here so it's going to be pretty much the same. So for now let's just, so here what is it that we are going to change is After this one, the body that we are going to get is the ID. So await request.json, and in here this result, let's use this jar, and we are going to receive in here this ID, which is going to be of type string, and try to safely parse this body. So if this result not success, so like we normally return everything, this errors dot wrong data, and the status code, let me send here 401. Okay, that's the thing. And let's get this ID, the result dot data, and I'm getting in here this ID. Okay, and after we find this user, and if there is no user, no, we are going to send this else. Now we are going to update this particular ID that we received rather than the all entry of the user IDs associated with. Okay, so this is this endpoint, and that's the thing. And a similar way, let's update the scene also. So here this set scene endpoint, so this route.ts, so whatever I have here, so the unauthorized user, and here instead of clicked we need to set this scene to true. So these are the endpoints now where we can update on all of those things. So ideally where are we going to, basically when are we going to create an entries into a notification table is, so in the dashboard invite code section, inside this this is where exactly we need to handle this one. So just below this, let's get in here this workspace user db dot subscription, and find how many where the workspace ID is in invite valid code dot id. And after this, let's select the user IDs which we want. Okay, invite, okay, let's move this one up. Okay, we'll get this workspace users, and prepare in here this notifications data. So workspace users, map the user, the things that I want, the notify creator ID, which it's going to be session dot user ID, and then this user ID, it's going to be the user dot user ID object, and the workspace ID, this one, it's going to be invite valid code dot id, the notify type, so this is going to be notify type dot new user in workspace. This is the notify type, and okay, the error, okay, so notify creator ID, user ID, workspace ID, and notify type. So this is the thing, and after this all we are going to do is create here this mini, and this data, it's going to be this notifications data. Okay, that's how we are going to create an entries into notifications table. So now we have in here, and the same thing whenever we are leaving the workspace. So let me in here the leave here. Let's try to handle this one. So after this, again same thing, so I can just copy the same thing whatever I just added here. Let's copy this whole thing and go to this leave route, and here the workspace users, this one, it's going to be just the ID, and we are going to get this user IDs. And after this, notifications data, this one should be ID, and this notification type, notify type, let's import this one, and then we are going to create, and this one, instead of this new user, it should be user left workspace notify type. Okay, so these are the places that we need to enter or create entries into our table. Now both the endpoints we just tried handling, and then now to notify to which link and all those things, let's try to create an hook like we did for activity as well. So let's say this one as use create notify item day. Okay, so this is the component, and inside this, let's first make this one as a client side component, so you will understand this one. So here again, let's name this use create notify day item day. Okay, this is the component, and for this one, the props, it's going to be the notify type, which it's going to be notify type from this Prisma client, and after this new user role, which is going to be of user permission, or it can be null, and this workspace object. So here we need here the ID and the name of this. So again, this can be an object or it can be null, and the task ID. So here again, this can be of a string or null. Then the mind map ID. Okay, so for now, this is the input for this thing, and in here, let's just create the localized versions inside this messages thing. So just here, I'm just going to create a notification related details. So let me just add in so notify system. So notify system when user uses all the types that we added. So now going in here, let's use this translations which we just added. So use translations notifications dot notify item. So this is the thing, and now let's have basically I wanted here this link and the text content, and now let's switch based upon this notify type. So if it is of new user in workspace, the link it's going to be dashboard slash workspace, the workspace dot id, and the text content, the text content, it's going to be t of new user in workspace text, and here I need to pass in here this name. So this it's going to be workspace dot name, and here as well let's pass in here this ID, and we are going to break. Okay, same thing we need to handle for all of the other cases. So let me just copy here and we will change this accordingly. So after this one, change this one to user left workspace, and again this is going to be same thing. So let's change this one to user left workspace text, and we are passing in this workspace name, and after this the new task, and this page it's going to be slash task and pass in this task ID that we have, and this one it's going to be new task text, and workspace name I'm just passing in here. After this it's going to be new mind map, and here as well the it's going to be mind map slash mind map ID, and the text of this it's going to change it to new mind map text, this new mind map, and pass in this workspace, and on this one new role. So for new role let's get this role value. So basically if new user role is equals to admin, then this is going to be admin, else if this new user role it's equals to can edit, then it's going to be editor. So this one let's change to question mark, and else read, okay, something like this for now, and the workspace name alongside the role text, and for now let's add in this route for this new role as well. So and after this new assignment task, and the new assignment mind map. So let's just add in the placeholders for this, whatever we have in here for task. So here I'm just adding for these two things, new assignment task. So let's change here new assignment task and dashboard workspace, and I'm just leaving that as it is now, and here alone let's change this one to assignment task, and this one new assignment mind map text, and this text let's change this to new assignment mind map. Okay, so this and all I'm just going to change for now. Let's add in this placeholders and the name, and here after this default let's break from here, and from here all I'm going to return is the link, which is what we want, and the text content. Okay, so we have a few other things needs to change here, just added in the placeholders. So now we have this hook ready, and this needs to be utilized in our notification item, where it was just the placeholder here. So this is the place we are going to call to the endpoints we created, like clicking by ID and all those things, and endpoints. So in here the prop for this I'm going to create again a new type for this inside the extended thing. So let's create the new type for this, and the name this one as the interface user notification, and here extends the notification from the Prisma client. So let's from this Prisma client. Okay, and now this notify creator, I'm going to add in here this string and the username, which is of type string, image, which is of type string or null, and after this the workspace object with the id or string, and this name or string, again this can be of a null. So this is the type, and this is what we need to refer into our notification item, and that's going to be prop for this component, the props, and this let's say notify user notification. So now let's get this props, and this it's going to be the notify, and let's destructure from here this notify creator, the image and the username, and after this one the clicked value, the created date, and other things. So workspace, new user role, the task id, mind map id, notify type, and the id. Okay, so we are just destructuring this, and now like we normally have this messages, so use translations of the messages, and this query client, use query client, and the format to format this date. So I'm just going to use this formatter, and now this date time. So here this date time, create this whatever we get this created date from the prop, and now this current date, and then this toast object. So yep, let me just get this toast object, and here now let's remove this user thing, and I can pass in here the actual username which we are receiving as a prop. And after this, the hook which we just created, use create notify item day, and for this the let's first pass in these props and get this link and the text content. And for this I'm going to pass in the notify type, new user role, workspace, task id, so the task id, and the mind map id. So with this we are collecting the link and the text content, and let's go call to the endpoint to set the clicked notification to true, because we can set for particular notification id. So let's name this one as update to click status, and here this mutation function, we are going to make a call to our endpoint. So let's import this Axios notification slash set click, and the by id. Here this id is going to be the body input for that, and on mutate what are we supposed to do is cancel the queries that we have get user notifications and get the previous notifications. The query client dot get query data, which it's going to be of user notifications arrays, and get user notifications. So I'm just getting this previous data, and let's ignore here this error. And after this, let's like we did in other calls, so I'm just checking in here this previous notification. So previous notifications, if we have all the results, then I'm going to collect this one, else the empty array, and all we need to do is update. So updated notifications, checked previous notifications, get this notify object, and in here matching to this ID to whatever the object that we have. Let's pass in this one, except that the clicked, we are going to set this to true, and else return the rest of them as it is. So return notify. Okay, so this is the updated notifications, and finally I need to set this one as the data. Set query or data. So in here for this get user notifications to whatever the updated results that we, so the updated notifications, and we can return the checked previous notifications. Okay, and here now in this on error callback function, this error which is of time access error, and get this context, and here if there is any error, we are just going to copy this one and set whatever it was, like context dot. So this one, it's going to be context dot checked previous notifications, and after this one, let's just show the message, the title. Let's add in this errors dot can't update seen notify, and this variant, it's going to be destructive. So this is what we are going to do in our on error. And also after this, in on settled, let's invalidate the queries of get user notifications. This mutation key, it's going to be update to click status is the name of this, and let me just ignore this type for now. Okay, fine. So this is the endpoint to talk to our endpoint and update the other calls and all. So now we have this one. Let's try to wrap everything inside the link component, and for this, the reference, the link that we have, I'm going to pass in, and let's just copy all of this thing, and we are going to move now inside this thing. Of course we are going to see an error, and on click, what are we supposed to do is basically, so if it is not clicked, Then I'm going to call this update to our click status function to talk to our endpoint. And now inside this one, so we'll come back to this styling part, and here is the error in the notification container. And this is where all of the lot of logic needs to be handled to get the users notifications and all those things. So to get the users notifications, so first let me just copy this mutation whatever I just added. Now in that for all, and also to get the user details and all those things we need to handle. So inside this is the thing I'm just copied it. So let's change for first to update all to click status. So let's change this one, update all to click status, and import this Axios. Okay, let me just import Axios, and the endpoint it's going to be set click all, and there is no ID param needed for us to pass in. And I'm just going to cancel this user notifications, and previous notifications here it's going to be the users notifications, and this one for us to get we need to make a call to get the notifications. So let's let me just copy this one that I have here and go to this notification container, copy this one, import this use query, and here let's name this one to user notifications, and his error loading refresh. I'm just going to keep that as it is, and let's change this one to user notification, and the endpoint it's going to be so API slash notifications and get, and instead of this workspace ID let me change this one to user ID, and I'm going to pass in here this user ID and even this user ID. So we are going to expect that as the props for this component. So I'm just going to add in here this as the prop, the user ID. So let's destructure this user ID, and this user ID I'm passing on to this user ID query param, and if this is not, so response, and we are going to get this. And this let's remove this enabled, and refresh interval let's keep it that, and for every garbage time 1 minute. And this one let's rename this to get user notifications. Okay, so this is what the endpoint which is going to get as the notifications, and this query client and all, let's create an object query client use query client, and other things let me just copy from here. Let me just copy all of this, and we'll remove whichever is not needed. Let's remove this thing, and the translations I'm just going to import, and this date and all we don't need it, and this toast let's import use toast. Okay, and in here let's maintain local state variable to track of unseen notifications and is any clicked or not. So that, and also this is the popover to just open it or not. And for that also let's maintain state variables like we used to maintain for dialog. So here this open, set open use state, let's set this one to false, and unseen notifications, set callback function to update this, set unseen notifications, this one, and let's have this as this user notification array. By default let's set this to empty array, and is any clicked item. So here I'm just going to store this one, set is any clicked false. By default let's set this one to false. Okay, so these are the state variables that we need. And a similar way, like we have this mutation to update all to click status. Okay, this needs to be fixed now. So user notifications, and after this we are just checking this and check the previous notifications and update notifications. So there is no else or something like this, and here we are going to just set all clicked to true. So this one, let me just change this to clicked. Okay, and for this update notifications, and I need to import this Axios error. In context we are going to set this one, and error can't update. I'm just going to change this error message later, but let's just keep this one and update all to click status. And same way let's copy this mutation function and do the same. Okay, that's the error, just ignore. And same thing, now we need to change to update to seen notifications, update to seen notifications, and here this endpoint it's going to be set as seen, and this one get user notifications, you are getting this, and here let's change this one to seen to true. And I think remaining should be pretty much the same, and the name of this should be changed to update to seen notifications. So let's just remove this click status. So these are the like three functions to talk to all the endpoints that we have just created. And now inside this useEffect thing, if there is no user notifications from the endpoint, I'm just going to return here else. In this one it's going to depend upon this user notifications, so I'm just going to call if there's something data in this changes the unseen. So user notifications, we are going to filter the notification object which is not seen, so that is this list, and is any clicked. So this one user notifications dot sum, and here this notify, this one whichever is not clicked, so I'm collecting this, and we are going to update in here this whatever the local state that we are maintaining in. Set unseen notifications, the unseens list. Okay, that is the thing. And also one more use effect. So here if unseen notifications length it's equals to 0 or it's not open, so I'm going to return here, not going to call here update to seen all notifications. And this one let's call depending upon the value change inside this variable, so update to see notifications. Okay, and now let's pass in here this open, the value to this open, and on open change let's pass in here this set open, and this div which we hard coded the value, this I'm going to change now, and since notifications length it's not equals to 0, only then we are going to show this div. So let me just move in here, so absolute top right 0 backgrounds or whatever we added, I'm just keeping that as it is. And here now unseen notifications length is greater than 9, I'm going to add in here this plus 9, else whatever the length that we have I'm going to show this here. So that is one thing. And after this, inside this content, again let's use this is loading thing. So if we are in the process of calling this API to get the results, let's show this loading state, width and height, let's set this one to 28, flex, justify, center, in items let's center this one. And now inside this the loading state, the height and width, let me set this to 6. Okay, so if not then whatever we have in here this div, so let me just move this one into this health section, and here yep, the notifications, and in the button, so basically this button is, this will be disabled if this is false, and on click I'm going to call this update all to click status, that is this function call, I mean the endpoint call. And the text, let's say for now I'm just going to change this one to click all notifications. Okay, and after this inside this scroll area let's set this one height of this to 96, and let's remove this one and use this user notifications, iterate through this list, get this notify object, and I'm going to render this notification item component key. Let's pass in here this notify dot id and the notify object, so let's pass in here. So this is the change inside this component, the notify container. So if I just refresh, we should not see any. Okay, this container, let's make this one as client side component. Okay, So let's just refresh, and ideally we don't have any entries in this table, so we shouldn't see any details in that popover thing. So you can see here it's loading, but ideally I should not get any results. Yeah, click all notifications, but we don't have any. So this is I'll add in, but this is how we are going to handle the notifications updates into our table, like on clicking, on seeing, and how are we going to update in this component and all. So now in this dashboard header, I need to pass for this the user ID, session dot user ID. Okay, fine. And now let's try to, so basically so what I'm going to do is, let's say for this workspace only one user is present. So here let me change this one to admin, copy this link and log out from this account and sign in with the other account. And I'm just going to so with this account let's log in, and basically now user is entering the workspace, so we should see the notify type of like a new user in a workspace type. So let me just close this and browse this new invite URL. So I just okay, cannot notify type new user in our invite code. What else we have? New user in workspace. Okay, let me just restart this. I just added new schema, maybe because of that we need to restart. So let me just refresh this again. Modify type, so it's compiling. So whenever we have created the new schema or updated the thing, just try to reload the application or restart the application. So ideally now what I expect is to see the notification for new user in workspace, and that's what we wanted to test. So it did compile. Okay, yep, so I am part of it. And the notifications, okay, now we have this new user into this workspace. In here now, so if I just check this entries, the notification, okay, let me just restart this studio. So I'm just going to open this refresh this one. So we should see here, yep, we have one notification here and seen, clicked and everything, that event, yes, the entry that we anticipated is in here now. So let me just log out. And sign in using our this old account. But ideally I should see the notifications for this workspace. Yep, so now we are in the section. So you can see here we have one notification of this user and this type this text and all we are going to update, but the intent here, this text that we have here, one notification. Now if I just click on this and also let's say clicking on this, it's the notification should be so just going to this table. So in here just going back to this notification, so the API calls the notification set click by ID 404404. Okay, let me just check this and I'll restart this one. Okay, the issue here is the endpoint is notification slash the things, but here we are trying to call in here this notification. So I'm just going to change this to notifications, and even here for set scene, so let's change this, and inside this container item notification item, the text of this in this container, let's make this text color as white. Okay, so now we are seeing the content of that notification. We have one. So now let's ideally if I just click on this, you can see here post notification API notification set scene is 200, and now we should see updated scene to true. Yep, this is scene, and even clicked when I click on this, where is this, if I click on this, we should call that endpoint. So I just clicked notification click by ID, we just did change. Okay, where is this item? Yeah, this endpoint needs to be changed, notifications. Okay, so now let me just click on this. You can see here API notification set click by ID 200, and we should see clicked also to true. Yes. Okay, so that's the thing, the notifications, and this logic and all will take care of once clicked should we show or not and all those things. But these are the endpoints, like how we and also you can see the count of which we saw before one, it is because we have seen it 0 now. Okay, and after this one, what we will do is the proper notification messages rather than whatever we had outcoded, and so that needs to be changed. So for us to send in proper data to the component where we are trying to show in this notification item, so if we just see now here this name, and after this inside this component, let's replace this one with the text content. Okay, as join the workspace, open studio, that's the notification, and the p tag, after this, in here inside of this one notification, let me change here this to format dot relative time, the date time, and add in here this now. So we should see, yep, the time 12 minutes ago. And this one, let's make this styling as dynamic, so text extra small, and let's add in here the transition colors and duration, let's say 200. And in here, if this is clicked, I'm going to show this one text as muted foreground, else let's show this one as a primary and font to be bold. Okay, that's the thing, the notification. Now since we clicked on it, so that's why it's like that. But if I again add in, let's check that one eventually, in this bell dot. Now instead of this true, let's change this one based upon clicked, and this one, let's make this text color as primary, and I'm just going to remove this button thing. I think let's have normal div. So let's add in normal div and remove this variant and ghost. So this is this small change in this component. So now we should see actual content. Yeah, that user has joined the workspace, and that's the thing. So let's say I'm in here, let's try to log out from here, and the whatever the workspace that I added to, let's sign in and try to leave from that workspace. So I'm part of this workspace, so let me try leaving this, and even here in this terminal we can see so clicking on this leave, so I left from this workspace, and now let's log out and sign in with the other account. So in here now you see we have new notification. So here you can see here the font type, the relative time 22 seconds ago. So this user has left the workspace, and now if I just click on it, it became that we have seen, and this is what it is. Okay, so that's how we are showing the notifications to in our header component. And inside this container, let's try to handle the if there is any error, we are going to show the error component as well, like we did handle in the other component to show the client error section and all. So inside this pop-over content, if so in here, let me add in if there is any error, I'm going to show this client error component on refetch. Let's pass in this refetch, and for this background, let's make this popover margin top 0, and same for the medium as well, medium screen onwards. Let's add in here this margin top as 0, and the message for now, let's say error, something went wrong. Okay, I'm just adding in here this message. Later when we are trying to localize this, we are going to see, of course we are going to see this error. And now let me just copy this part to this section is loading, and even let's remove this one, and even this thing. Let's copy this whole thing and let's remove this one completely, and I need to address. Okay, so if there is an error, we're showing this client error. If not, if it's loading, we are showcasing this loading state component. Else this section and also this one, I'm going to show only if this user notifications length is greater than 0. This is what we are going to showcase. So let me just close this one. Else inside this one, let's have this empty div, and here no notifications. Okay, so in this text, let's make font to be semi bold. And let's change this one to user notifications, and okay, that's what I changed this one. Okay, and let's do some small styling changes to this components that we have. This scroll area, which by default I'm setting this one as height 96. So this one, depending upon this users notifications, if this length it's greater than or equals to 4, and again I'm just checking if this length is greater than or 8, then we'll have this whatever the 96 I just add. Else we are going to set this 72 as a height. Okay, if not, so let's add in here the height of 56. Okay, that's the change, the styling for the notifications. Now the height that we are going to see whenever I'm just opening here, so it's loading. Let's yep, the height is reduced, and this is what we have. So just these small changes that we are making, and also now this hook where we are trying to so let's go to this hooks folder. These things, the endpoint, so the mind maps and all, let's just change this one, whichever we had in the placeholder, to mind map. Okay, same thing for new role. Let's just navigate to our workspace ID page, and that should be good. And this other things, I think we are good. So that's the change for notification item, notification container, and to call the endpoint to set the scene to true, to set the click to true, and setting all clicks to true and all those things. And we did add the endpoints where we are supposed to update and all those things. So the now the edit roles and all those things we just handle for new user in workspace and user leaving the workspace. So the other endpoints in the workspace users folder, edit role, and in here after this let me create the notification, create this data, the notify creator id, the session dot user dot id, then this user id and the workspace id. Let's pass in, and this notified type, this is going to be notified type of new role. Okay, so whenever we change the role of a user in a workspace, then we are going to create an entry and we see these notifications. So we did add for the even the removing also I need to add in here. After this let me add here the workspace users. So this event is of type user left workspace again. So same thing, this leave route whatever I just have, let me just copy here, users removal, and let's import this notify type, and this one should be just the workspace id, user id, and let's change this one to workspace id, and this is the thing. So even whenever we are removing the user, we need to add in this call. And now for task, new task and all, so the endpoint is in this task folder, new endpoint in here. After this update, so let's get this workspace users, and here this notifications data, notify creator id, user id, workspace id, this notify type, let me import this, and this type it's going to be of new task, and alongside we are going to attach in here this task id, task.id, and we are going to then filter the notifications data. So filter notifications data dot filter, and in here data dot user id is not equals to the session dot user id. Okay, leaving aside this user, I'm just adding all of this data as an entry into our notification table. Okay, so this is to notify new task creation, and after this even in the delete section, after deleting, let me just add in here the event of new task again. So I mean we are going to delete that, notification dot delete mini where workspace id, and this task id, task dot id, and this notify type. For now let's have this one as a new task event type itself. So I'm just deleting here whenever the task is deleted, like we just created an entries when the new task is created. and also like we just added in this edit role and all those things, new role and all like this. I'm just handling for new task, and now just going here creating short task as well. So even in this endpoint we need to handle that. So let me just copy this workspace users and user ID notifications data, import this type, and workspace ID we do have already, and after this the task ID, it's going to be task.id, and again filter notifications. So let's just copy here this thing, filter notifications, and I'm just going to pass in here the filter notifications data. Okay, that's the thing. And similarly for the mind maps route, in this mind maps folder, new route, after we create here, same thing we need to handle. So let me just copy here these things, all of these things, and to this mind maps new route, and here again we are finding the workspace users notifications type. Let's import, and this one, the event, it's going to be of new mind map, and here instead of this task ID, this is going to be mind map ID. So I'm going to attach in here this mind map.id. Okay, and filter notifications data pretty same in creating this. So just a small check, this one, this it's going to be of type new task, so we didn't update after copying this one, and I think in other place we did update. Yep. So just going to this mind maps, so that's the thing. And even while deleting here, after this let's delete this one from our table. So where the workspace ID, the mind map ID, it's going to be the mind map.id, the notify type, this it's going to be notify type dot new mind map. So this is for the task section. And also while we are trying to assign a task inside this assign to endpoint, tasks assign, and here we need to handle this one as well. So here if while we are trying to create in here, after this if the assigned to user ID, it's not equals to session dot user ID, then we need to create an entry into this table of type new assignment task. Here notify creator ID, so session dot user ID, and the user ID it's going to be assigned to user ID. Notify type, this one let's import notify type dot new assignment task, and here this workspace ID, and pass in this task ID. Okay, so let's copy this one, and even Okay, that is when we are deleting as well. After this as well, let's instead of this create, we need to delete this one, and the filters, it's this where all of this thing, and while creating, and that's the thing. Okay, fine. So that's the mind maps, sorry, task thing. And now the mind maps here, same thing we need to do it here. So while we are creating in here, now instead of new task, it should be new mind map, new assignment mind map, and instead of this task id, let's change this one to mind map id. Okay, fine. And after this, it's the deleting. So delete many, and here change this one to where, and pass in here this mind map id in place of task id. Okay, and here just a small change in here, this deleting section, the user id, let's check in assigning user dot assign task of 0 dot id. Okay, just this small change of checking in the delete functionality, and above one it's going to be same, and here as well while we are deleting, let's check this one, and this it's going to be assigned to mind map. Okay, now basically I'm not going to check and show all of these things. So since I showed for leaving and joining workspace, it's pretty much the same for the other events, and that's what we added, the logic for all of those things. Okay, and now let's try to localize the notifications things. To localize, just add in the messages en.json. So in this notify thing, let me add in the title mark as read, no notifications and error inside this, and also the roles I'm just going to add inside the notify item objects. For other language I'm not adding in, you can just add in later, or you can add it now, or I'm just going to add in at the end. Okay, so now we added this thing, so we need to localize this. Use create a notify item. This one, the new role needs to be changed here. Let's add in first, let's get this trans. Okay, we do have this notify item, and in here the text of this, it's going to be roles dot admin, and this one, it's going to be t of roles dot can edit, and this one, this is going to be t of roles dot read only. Okay, so that is this thing. Fine, and now just going to container, the notification container, So in here, let's import this translations, notifications. In here we have this title and all those things needs to be changed. So here, this one, let me change this one to T of title, and after this one, the client error message, let's change this one as well to error message. Okay, and here this title, let's make this one justify between, and this title, let's change again this to T of title, and here let's say this one, the text of this, it's going to be mark as read. Okay, now the click all notifications text should be changed to mark as read. That is the thing. And after this, here this one should be changed to no notifications. So let me just refresh this one and try this one. So mark all as read, and these are the notifications. So we just localized this part and to our dashboard page for this whole section. Let's add in the loading page. So I'm just copying this one, so even here let's add loading.tsx, and this is what we are going to show, this loading page component. And now the main dashboard page, we don't have anything, so there we'll try to show the recent activities and try to populate that data inside this dashboard. So for that, let's create an endpoint which it's going to give me the recent activities. So let's name this as home page, and inside this let's create new folder get, and I'm going to create new file route.ts, and wherever we have this get endpoint, let me just copy this one, and inside this let's remove this params, and let's remove this params. Here we are going to send in the params, the user ID, and the how many results to get, and the page value and all. So those will be the query params that I'm going to send. So let's collect that, or take url dot search params dot get. Here this is going to be take, and the page url dot search params dot get the page. Okay, so user ID, take, and page, and here let's check for all of those values. If we don't have this user ID or take or the page, we are going to send in the error response as wrong data. So this is the message that we'll be sending in. And after this one, let's remove this completely. We are going to get the task and mind maps. So here task and mind maps, query the workspace table, find many, and here this subscribers, the pass in this user ID, and after this let's include the task details, So here this updated by details, let's select username, all of those things like we normally did in other endpoints. Username, name, and the ID, the image, and surname. Okay, so fine, and that's the updated by, and here the saved task, again query by user ID, and select in here this task ID. So I'm going to select this. So same thing for, let me just copy this task section. I'm going to add in for mind maps. So let's change this one to mind maps include updated by, it's going to be pretty much same, and here instead of save task it's going to be saved mind maps, and let's change this one to mind map ID. Okay, and finally let's order by the updated at descending order. Okay, and we have this take, so let's parse this to int, or whatever the value that we have, the string that we are receiving, else I'm not going to, I'm just going to pass in empty value, and skip. Even here let's parse this one to hint the page, we get this, and this one multiply by the parse int of take value, and pass in this way. Okay, so this is the thing, and after this let's try to remove this first, and here, so we need to create a definition for recent activity object. So that one, let's try to create inside the extended file. Let me create in your interface for recent activity, and here the assigned to me data item, and I'm going to add in here this start boolean value, and let's export the interface recent tasks, and mind maps activities. So mind maps activity, and let's extend assigned to me a task and mind maps. So this, it's going to be these two definitions. Now let me just go back to this endpoint home page, and now let's try to first transform into the object definition that we just created, and the way we want. So here the task, so this is going to be of recent activity array. Let's iterate through this, get this workspace data, and workspace dot task, get this task data, and now inside this the ID, which is going to be task.id, title, task.title, emoji. So this one, it's going to be task.emoji. The link, let me attach in here this dashboard workspace task.workspace ID, and this tasks page, and we are going to pass in here this task.id page, and after this the workspace name, this one pass in here workspace.name, created at, let's pass in here new date object, the task.created at, and this type it's going to be a task, and updated, this is going to be object at new date of task dot updated at, and by this one task dot updated by. Then this workspace id, this is going to be workspace dot id, and this star value task dot saved task dot length is greater than 0, so this is going to be true or false. So this is for task. Same way, let's copy for mind maps. Here let's rename this one to mind maps, and this is going to be the same thing, workspace, and instead of this task iterating through this thing, and here this is going to be mind map. So let's just change this one to mind map. So id, title, emoji, and workspace mind map and workspace id, and this one, this is going to be mind maps page, and the mind map page id, workspace name, and new date, mind map updated, the workspace id, and this one should change it to saved mind maps. Okay, so now we have these things, and here the function that we have sort assigned created at. So let's try to change this one to handle for this also. So I'm just going to change this definition and the name of that inside this library folder that we have. So let's change this one to sort mind maps and task data by created at, so that it makes sense. And this one, let's change this one to data, and it can be of home, recent, task, and mind maps activities. And let's change this one to data.mind maps, task, and sort, and everything should be same. And this file name also, let's change this one accordingly, like we change this function name, sort mind maps and task data by created at. Okay, now we change this, so let's update this one. This needs to be changed in multiple routes. So basically the route is assigned to route to get. When we are trying to get here, this one should be changed to this function, and wherever we have this name, let me change this one to sort mind maps and task data by created at. Okay, so now we shouldn't see any issues. So now let's go to this thing on the endpoint to get the data for our home page. And here, instead of this okay, let's change this one, the sort, use this one and pass in here this task and alongside the mind maps. Okay, so now this should give the data that I want, and this one we need to use in our kind of like container for to show this home recent activity in our main dashboard page. So to show that one in our main dashboard page, let's create inside this components folder new folder for home recent activity folder, and inside this one let's create a new file, home recent activity container .tsx, and for individual item let's create home recent activity item, home recent activity item .tsx. Okay, so this one, so basically whatever we had for assigned to me, it should be pretty much the same, but for just let's create the placeholder component. So let me just copy this whatever we have inside this assigned to me container, and this one I'm just going to change this assigned to me item. Let's just remove this one. Let's have this empty fragment. So for this same way user ID is what I'm going to send, and in here now the props that I want. So first the activity items, the state variable that we are going to keep track of, set activity items, so use state, and here let me add in here this of type home recent activity, and by default let's have this as the empty array, and one more, whether it's did we fetch all of the data or not. So this is the boolean variable to keep track of that is all fetched. So and this one let's set the false for this initially, and also the reference for our last activity item. So we are going to use this useRef hook, and this one it's going to be of type HTML div element, and by default let's say the null is the value. Okay, and now to have, let's say now the I need to make a call to our endpoint that we created, so that one, so let's here use this use infinite query function from the React 10 stack React query. So this one, let's name this as get home recent activity, and this asynchronous page param, let's pass in here 1. Okay, and now inside this let's call to our endpoint. Inside this the API endpoint is home page slash get the user ID, this one let's add in this user ID, and the page, this one the page param that we have, and the take let's pass in here for now the value as 1, and after this one let's try to collect the post or whatever I'm just collecting into this response.json, and this is going to be of home recent activity array, and this one let me return here this post, and inside this next get next page param, so add in here this return pages dot length plus 1. So this should be this using infinite query. What is the problem? Get next page param. Okay, for this use infinite query. Okay, there is an issue with this. Let me just check this. This one, let's try to provide here this query key. It's going to be this one, and after this the query function, this is what it's going to be, the query function, and after this get next page param, it's going to be this one. So let me add in here, and now let's remove this all of these things. What is still the issue here? Okay, the initial page param is 1. Okay, so this is the infinite query, and here let's get this data is fetching next page, and fetch next page. Now we have this, and in the useEffect block with the values that we get in here date.pages, and inside this the activity items let's get by using this data dot pages flat map, and get this page values else the empty array. If data dot pages of data dot pages dot length minus 1 dot length it's equals to 0, then I would say all fetched is to true. So this is how we're going to update, and then the activity items let's update in this way. Okay, and also here in the one more useEffect hook, so here the if it's not all fetched, and here let me use intersection hook from this maintain hook. So I'm just adding in this dependency, and now let me just import this one, use intersection from this use intersection, and here let's use intersection, pass in here this root, the last activity item dot current, and the threshold let's pass in here 1. Let's get this entry and reference. This one let's add in here below threshold. Okay, fine. And now inside this use hook, the entry dot is intersecting Then I'm going to call this fetch next page function, and depending upon this entry is all fetched, and fetch next page function. So this is how we are going to trigger the next page details. And also based upon this, I'm taking help of this use intersection by taking the last activity item current and the reference here, so that needs to be attached to this div where. So and this one, let me completely remove these things. This one, I'm just removing this and everything. Let's just remove in here this component, and inside this we are going to use this activity items, iterate through them, get this activity item and index. And now inside this, if index it's equals to activity items dot length -1, then I'm going to return this div, attach in this reference, this reference, and here we need to render this home recent activity item, else here I'm going to return here the home recent activity items component also by passing in this key as an ID. And after this is fetching next page, then we are going to show the loader here, div last name, make this as a flex, justify let's say center, and items, let's center this one, margin top of 2, and let's close this one. And inside this, the loading state component is what we are going to show. So now we need to build this item. So let me just copy this thing and here as well, let's just copy this one. For this, for now, let's just have this simple component. Let's remove all of these things, and it's going to be just the placeholder for now. So I'm just going to add in this card content, and this one, let's say the undefined value, and the title and all those things. Let me just remove this completely. Okay, for now let me just add in after this emoji. Okay, I think I'm going to anyhow change this. So let's change this name to home recent activity. So after this, anyhow we are going to change this activity item. So this is the component. Now going in here, I'm just going to import this component, and instead of this empty fragment, let's use this recent activity item, and here as well this home recent activity items key. Let's pass in here the index, and this one, where exactly are we supposed to show, is in the dashboard page. So inside this, the page section, in here I just wanted to add in this home recent. Okay, I did not change the name of this component. Let's change this one to home recent activity container. Okay, so now just going back to this page, let's import this one, home recent activity container, and for this the user ID. So let's just pass in here the session dot user dot id details, and let's see now. So if I just go to this home, yep, so these are the details that we have, and by default we are just rendering the default emoji that we have, and also the layout inside this one. Let's make the secondary track as background, and even this thumb instead of this one muted foreground, let's change this one to secondary. Okay, just small change in the colors. So now we have this components. I need to focus on creating this component now. So the item, let's first focus on this container home recent activity container. So alongside the user ID, we are going to pass in here this initial data for this, which it's going to be of home recent activity array. And here let me just destructure this. So the page where we are consuming this component, I'm going to create a function. So inside this API file, like we did create for others getting this data, so let me create in here this, let's rename this one to get initial home recent activity data, and the endpoint, this one it's going to completely change home page get, and here this user ID, pass in the user ID alongside the page number. I'm going to pass in here this as 1, and the take, let's say for this one, let's create a constants file, and there I'm just going to define a constant value, let's say export const activity per page, and this one let's say 8, and now this one I can just use this activity per page value, and this is what we are going to pass in. And if it's not okay, that's fine, and this is going to be of type home recent activity array. Okay, this is going to help us get the initial home data. So I can use this endpoint now and add it here, const initial recent activity. So let's make a call to our initial activity and pass in here session.user.id. In this one I can pass in now initial data as initial recent activity, and we will not see any issues, and then we can continue working on this component. So once I get this data and here take as well, let's change this to activity per page value, and we have that, and then the initial data, let's set in here. And GC time, let's set 0. Okay, and also so now once we have this initial data, I can set here to this, or else fine. So in this useEffect where we have, I'm going to set here instead of this empty array the initial data that we are receiving as the prop, and here alongside let me pass in here this initial data. Okay, that's the small change. And now here this one, let's pass in here this activity item dot id for this, and for item, so I'm going to pass in now the activity item which we did not add, so I'm just going to add in here, pass in this activity item, and here as well let's change this one to id, and add in this activity item object as well to this component. Now we need to focus on this individual item, which is what we are seeing on the screen. So inside this one, the props, let's change here. In this one, it's going to be the activity item, which is of type home recent activity. So let me, it's imported, and here let's destructure here this props activity items, the emoji link title type updated workspace id workspace name and the start value. Okay, so these are the things, and now let's again whatever we had for this one, let me just copy these things for this items, router formatter, and this common, and item type sentence, let's just keep that as it is, and fine. And this one as well, let's wrap inside this link component. href, it's going to be the link that we have, and let me wrap this component inside this. Okay, fine. And this emoji, let me change this one to the value that we are receiving. We are seeing on the screen on the right side. And after this, so first this card, I'm going to add in this styling as well parallelly. So let's add in here this border none, our background, let's make accent, transition colors, and duration, let's say 200, and padding of 2. Yes, okay. So now this one, whatever it has, let's just padding, let's have 2, and if it's a smaller also 2, and top we'll keep this as 0. That's a small change for this component. and this read only thing, let's make this one as flex row and gap of 4 for smaller screen onwards, since it's going to be gap of 2 in item center and all. Let's just remove this, and this one, my read all emoji, let's keep that as it is. And after this, let's have a div and give this width full, and inside this make this div as a flex, center this items, the title, and here if we don't have this title, and the type it's the mind map, so basically the common like we had for assign to item. I think I can just copy these things, this div completely, so going in here, yep, so 2 times extra large, semi bold, and mind map, default, name, task, and title, and all those things, and updated by as well. Let me just copy this sections. So, and after this header, this star item, so if we have, let's add in this star icon, and for this let's have some margin left, height and width, let's set this one to 4, and for smaller screen onwards, height and width I'm going to set this to 5. Okay, fine. This is for star thing, so we can see a first star's title and mind map title name, and after this one, after this div, whatever I copied for updated by, let's just keep it the same whatever it was, item type, sentence, date time, and all those things, then user info card and all those things. So let me just refresh this one. Okay, so this is going to be our the home page, recent activity item, and that's what I just updated now. Okay, fine, so I think it looks good. And also in the assigned to sections, let's try to get this details as well to this endpoint also. In this endpoint, after this updated by, let's add in the saved task details also, like we just added for our home thing. So I just wanted to be consistent, so here let's select the task ID, same thing, so let me just copy this one even for here, saved mind maps, and this one needs to be changed to mind map ID. Okay, and also in here after updated the start, I'm going to, if this task dot save task dot length is greater than 0, it is star, or else it's false. And same thing here, mind map dot saved mind maps dot length is greater than 0, this is the star thing. Same thing here as well, so let me just copy this one here, and here this should be task dot save the task. That is for that. And also in here as well, let's just copy the saved task details. So going here after this one, here the saved task, and this one to be saved mind maps, and change this one to mind map ID. And same thing here, the start task dot save task dot length is greater than 0, and on this one for mind map, mind map dot saved mind maps dot length is greater than 0. Okay, here as well, task dot saved task dot length greater than 0. Okay, and here as well, let me add in this start section, mind map dot saved mind maps dot length greater than 0. Okay, I think yeah, just we are trying to get this started, and also yeah, that's the property that we are trying to get from there. And now I need to just change the definition of it, and also just small change in our home page route inside this. So the page values the params that I'm getting and where I'm trying to handle this parsing hint here. Let me handle that one here itself. So after this thing, the take value parse int. If we have this take value, let's pass in this take or else the empty string, and here this page value parse int. So if we have this page, let's have this page or else the empty string. Skip value, so this is going to be take value multiplied by page value minus 1. So now I have this one, the way I wanted to call, I'm just going to change here. So instead of getting it from workspace, I'm going to get this separately, tasks, query in here this task, find many, and instead of here, let's add in the workspace and move this inside these things, and the include part and all, let's completely remove this one, and so everything, let me just remove and add it this thing, include updated by and save task, and after this one, let's set workspace also to true, and updated by, it's going to be pretty much the same. So here now the skip value and this take, and let's pass in here this take value. Okay, that's the tasks thing that I'm trying to get. In the same way, let's copy this one and do it for mind maps as well. So here this mind maps db dot mind map find many subscribers. It's going to be pretty much same include, and instead of this one it's going to be saved mind maps, and this one needs to change it to mind map id, and the workspace it's going to be true, order by descending, skip value and take value. And let's change this one to task data, and instead of this one, so let's change this to task.map. Okay, I can just copy this thing completely, so let me just copy this one and use this, and instead of this workspace dot map, so I can just pass in here task id, emoji, the link and everything. It's going to remain same. So here instead of this workspace dot name, it's going to be task dot workspace id, and remaining should be same. And even this one, let's remove this. So I'm just trying to change the way we are calling. So this is going to be mind maps, and mind maps data, mind map dot workspace name, and this one, let's change this one to mind map dot workspace id. Okay, rest it's going to be just the same. And here now for task, let's pass in this tasks data, and for mind maps pass in here the mind maps data, and remaining it's going to just the way that I'm trying to call, and I just changed this. And now for assigned to item as well, since we are getting the starred value, I can add in this starred, and this one needs to be changed here, uh, starred thing, and change this one to boolean. So now going to this component, we can use this starred item. So basically here after this, let's have, so if we have this starred thing, I'm going to show this star icon. Let's add in some margin left, width and height. Let's keep this to 4, and width and height we can set this to 5. Okay, or else let me add in a logo svg icon. Should I add it? That's fine. So will if needed, I'm just going to add it later. And this is for the assigned the item. Okay, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to add in a simple a star svg, and we'll try to take that one. So inside this common so we do have this one. So I'm just going to use this star svg icon. So if I just go to this, the assigned to me page, so I'm just navigating. Yeah, so here if there is a star item, yeah, this is the star svg. So same thing I'm going to use to our the home component as well. Let's replace this one. Now I can just go to this dashboard, so we should see the same thing. Oh yeah, I need to import this one. Okay, let me just import star svg icon. Okay, fine. So going to here, this one, let's make this one for small screen onwards, the height, and for others let's have this item width set to 4. The small change. Here, why is this again? Okay, fine. That's the small change in that, uh, and we are rendering the task, which is looking good now. And also designed this item component, and even inside this starred items section, let me replace this one with star svg icon, and this one, let's add in the same style, margin left, width and height to be 4, and width 5. Okay, fine, just the change. Yeah, so this is how we'll be getting the data onto our home page, and clicking on this, it's going to take us to respective page. Now it's looking good, good enough. And after this one, even here we need to handle the error section when there's no data, so that one needs to be handled. And also in the messages section for the default, so in the notice, so let me just in here, let me add in this default name for mind map and the task. So I'm just going to add for this default name, and now error handling. So let me just handle this error for, and also the translations for home page. So let me just add in for home page also. Here I'm adding in for home page like no data, and if there is any error, so this needs to be handled inside our container component, because that's the thing which is wrapping the item. So here let's use this translations, the home page, and the fetch. Okay, we already do. So let me just remove this one, and add this thing. And here, while we are trying to fetch here, if there is any error, so let's catch this one as well. So if we have any error, I'm going to return this client error component that we have, like we did handle in the other pages. So the message, the whatever the error text that we added, this is what we're going to show. And also if you don't have any data, so that is the activity items length, it's equals to 0, then that scenario also I'm just going to handle in here. Let's say add in here activity icon size 66, and here inside this I'm going to show this as no data. So if you wanted to see that one now, I can render this one now, so we can see on the screen. So let me just comment this, and here this is not equals to 0, so we should see this thing on this dashboard page now. Yep, so no activity, and let's just try to style this flex column and gap of 4, and let's have more gap from small screen onwards, width full, margin top 16, and oh, let's have 40. The items, let's center this. Okay, and now this one text, let's make this one as primary, and this p tag font, let's make this one semi bold, text to be larger unless than smaller screens, and smaller screen onwards 2 times extra large, and the maximum width 3 times XL. Text, I want it to be at the center. Okay, so this is for when we don't have any activity, and let me now uncomment this one, and this one we are going to show only if we don't have any activity, and that's the change, and that's the thing we are trying to handle. And also now in the dashboard page, let's make the height and width as full. Yep, so that's the error handling when there's no data and displaying something indicating like we don't have a data on all those things. And now so in this pomodoro settings page as well, let's try to add in this shortcut thing. So I'm just adding in here for this page also, so whichever if we missed in other pages, just try to add that one. So let me just import add a task shortcut for this component, so I just added that. And one more, just a small logic, the condition that we did miss inside this one. Also the initial data length is equals to 0. When this both is when this both are true, then we are going to render this component, else whatever the things that we have. Okay, fine. Then now let's focus on adding in the basic layout for the header, the home page, dashboard page. It was okay, that's good. Now for this the workspace page, so I wanted to add a basic layout for the header part of this workspace page, and see if we can make it look better. So let's try to achieve that. All right, now for workspace main page section, let's create a new folder for called workspace main page, and inside this let's create a new folder called shortcuts, and inside this I'm going to create the shortcut container item, and then shortcut container. Okay, and this container item should be for now, again, like normally we build just for layout. Let's have this props, the title, which is going to be of string, and then this lucid icon, user role, which is of type user permission or null. Okay, and now in here the shortcut container item, let's get these props. So it's going to be just a single button component. So the title and the user role. For now, let's just return this as a simple button, and here I'm going to have this icon. Size of this is going to be 16. In this header, break words, let's have this title that we are passing in, and the variant of this one, let's make this one to be outline, and the styling for this, width 40, text to be smaller, medium, make this text to be base, width to be 52, height of 14, and the padding of 2, rounded, let's make this one larger, and the shadow smaller, flex, justify, let's center this one, and items, let's center and have this gap of 1. Now this I'm going to show this in just a while. And if the user role it's not equals to owner, then let's have this width to be 1/5 or 1/4. Okay, so just the placeholder component now. So now just going into this container component, let's also make this one as a client, and for this one let's send the workspace details for this alongside this user role, which is of type user permission or null. So now this component we are going to wrap the shortcut item component inside this. So shortcut container, here let's return inside this scroll area component, and let's make this one width to be full. Okay, and now here this props, workspace, user role, this one where exactly I wanted to add in is our workspace ID page. So going to this workspace ID here exactly. So this one in here, let's remove this name and all those things, add in here this shortcut container, pass in the workspace details and the user role, and make this width as well full. Okay, now let's add something in it so that we can see on the screen. So now inside this, the first shortcut, okay, shortcut container item, okay, shortcut container item. So here let's pass in this user role, the icon. I'm going to pass in here the messages square, which we are going to add, which is going to be very interesting, real-time charting and all those things. So this is for that. This icon, and the one more okay, yep. So this is the thing, group chat. And after this let's add in for new task. So this one, the pencil ruler icon, and its title, let's say it's for new task. And after this let's just copy and add this icon as workflow. In the title it's going to be new mind map, and here I'm just going to add in, if this user role is not equals to owner, let's add in this leave workspace here. Workspace component here, I'm just going to remove whatever we added in the page section and move into the shortcut section. Okay, and this one let's make as a flex, and width to be max, space in the x direction 4, and let's have some padding bottom, margin top, and if it's extra large, let's have this one width full. Okay, so if I just change this one, so this is the thing. And also let's add in the workspace shortcuts the private messages dialog component as well. So inside this, let's create new folder called private messages dialog, and inside this I'm just going to create the shortcut container item private message dialog. Okay, so this one, let's just copy this thing, and I'm just going to tweak this. The props, it's going to be pretty much same, and let's change this one, shortcut container item private message dialog, and I'm going to wrap everything inside the dialog component. And here this dialog trigger, let's move this button into that. Okay, the same icon and the title of this. And after this, let's add in this dialog contain component, and for this width, maximum width, let's say 4 to 5 pixel. We can change this later, and for now let's add in simple placeholders header, dialog title. I'm just adding here placeholder title, and the same thing, the description, add this text, and after this header, let's have the div, and here this footer, and I'm just adding in some button. Okay, so this one, in this container, let me add in here this call. So shortcut container private message dialog, let's pass in the same thing, and icon the message square, the title, let's have in this as a private chat. Okay, that's what we have now. Okay, this button, so if I just go to this component, this dialog content, let's open, yeah, this is how it's going to be. But ideally, this dialog trigger should open this, but it did not. So let's remove this one. Okay, let's just refresh this one. So these are like placeholder things that we are adding this mind map and this button. Okay, this should open, but that's fine. I'm just going to fix eventually. Okay, we added shortcut container. Same way I wanted to add in the filters component. So inside this itself, let's create a new folder for filter sections and create in the new component called filter container, and this is going to be just the placeholder now. Filter component, and this one, make this flex width full, flex wrap, padding bottom 4, and have this gap of 2. And inside this I wanted to have an component for filtering and clearing, and this one, the same place in the workspace ID section where we have. So I'm just going to add below this the filter container component, and now we need to work on this. So like I said, we are going to have filter and clear component, just the button. So let me create a new folder. Inside this filter itself, okay, not a new folder, let's create a new file. This filter dot tsx, and here just the drop down component. I'm just going to have some button inside this drop down menu in the trigger section, drop down menu trigger as a child, and here this button component, let's add in here this filter icon in size of let's say 16, and the text I'm going to say this as a filter. So this one, let's add inside this filter container the filter component. Okay, yeah, this is the thing. And after this trigger, let's add in this drop down menu, content, width, fit, and align. Let's add in this start, and here we are going to have a command container, and this button size I want it to be of small, and the styling text to be white, make this to be flex, gap of 2 items. Let's center this and rounded large. Yep, and inside this we don't have anything, the content. So for that also let's have the placeholder as a command component. So let me create in here this filter command component, command container .tsx, and here I'm just going to use this command component that we have. And for now let's add in this placeholders or text inside each command item. So we are going to wrap everything inside command component, and for this width let's say 15 rems is what I'm going to add in. And this one let's add in here the command container component. Now just going to this component, inside this let's have this command input, the placeholder, let's say type a command or search. Okay, this is what I'm going to add in the placeholder, and now we should see, yep, type a command or search. And after this let's add in this command list, and inside this if empty, I'm going to show this text as no results found. That's what we are seeing now. And now here let's add in this command group, the heading, let's say just adding the suggestions, each command item, let's say this is for calendar, and the another command item, let's add in this as search emoji. Just these are placeholders, we are just going to change all of this later. And this one as something task or something like that. And after this group let's add in this command separator, and below this let's add in similar group like this. After this separator, the heading, let's change this one to settings. Okay, the content let's just be the same. So this is the filter, that's what we added in this content of this filter component. Okay, same way I'm just going to create a clear command. Let's create this clear command. Again, this is just going to be a button component. And here let's just return the button size. Let's make this one smaller, variant to be a secondary, styling, have this flex, item center, rounded large, and inside this I'm just going to add in this icon, the eraser icon size, let's set this one to be 16, and the text have this clear. And inside this filter container, after this let me add in this clear component. Yeah, so this is what we have, the clear component. So these are like just simple placeholder that I created to see how it's going to look like. And we have a lot of changes to be made. And also let's move this leave workspace component to this folder, so which I have so the leave workspace component which we have here separately in this components folder. Let me just delete this leave workspace, and this component I'm just going to move into the shortcuts, and let's just update its imports. And since I am moving this one into the shortcut section, and inside this workspace ID where we did add in this mind maps and those pages, now I can just remove this one. I don't want to show the double places. And here as well, let's just remove this leave workspace section. And even in this task edit and this tasks page. Okay, since we are adding in this shortcut components, I'm just removing this. So now at least it is taking shape, and it's looking better. So we need to work on it for this. So for filter container, what exactly needs to be filtered and all those things, we need to change this one. So let me just, so now in here for this, let me pass in the session user ID, which is going to be session.user ID. I'm going to pass on this to filter container, and in this filter container, so let's first work on this component. Let's add in this props, and here the session user ID, which it's going to be of type string, and here let's get this session user ID. And now in here let's get this all users details, so I can just use this use user activity status and get this all users. And also let's maintain state variable for current filtered assigned to users, and also call back to update that functions and all those things. So inside this one, current filtered assigned to users, and here the callback function set current filtered assigned to users, and this one it's going to be use state, and this one, this is going to be of type let's say filter user. So I'm just going to create a separate type for this. Just ID, username and image is what I'm going to have in that object. So inside this, let's add in here this new interface. So export interface filter user, and here this is going to have the ID or string, username, which is again string, image, this is going to be of type or string or null. Okay, now I can just mention that this is going to be of type of filter user array. So now we shouldn't see the issue with respect to types. And this use state I have not imported. Okay, fine, so that's the thing. And now the callback function to update this assigned user to filter handler. So I'm just naming this thing, and we are going to send in here this user ID for this, and let's have whether this is already filtered. So I can just check current filtered assigned to users and pass in get this current user ID and check with the user ID that we have, current user dot ID, matching it to user ID. And after this, so if it is already filtered, then I'm going to update our local state variable. So whatever the previous users that we have, so I'm just going to filter this previous user dot filter this user ID, so leaving alone this ID, I'm just going to add in the other users details. Okay, that's that. And else, so user to add all users, let's find in here get the user by the ID, match against this user ID. Okay, so now if we found the user that we are looking to add to our workspace, then I am going to add to this list previous users whatever we have. Let's just append to that. So this is what we are going to previous users. Let's append to this user to add dot ID, the image user user to add dot image, and then this username user to add dot username. So this is the thing. This is how we are going to update. And then this callback function to clear user handler and to clear all of the list. Okay, so on clear user handler, again we are going to just filter that one from this list. So I can just copy this one. So here we are just going to filter this user ID, and then to clear all of these things on clear all handler, and inside this let's just set this to empty array. So we are clearing all of this. Okay, and now the component that we have. First, for the filter, we are going to pass in the session user ID, the current filtered assigned to users list, and on change callback function. So let me just add in this session user ID. So maybe let's first add in modify this component, the props. Let me just add in the props for this component, session user ID, which is going to be of type string, then this current filtered assigned to users, which it's going to be of filter user array, and on change assigned user to filter callback function. So here we are going to send in the user ID. This is the callback function, and now this props. So let's get this session user ID, current users, and on change callback function. And this one exactly for this container we are going to pass in this one. So the container where we just added this as a placeholder, now I'm going to pass on these things to this component, and also let's have a separate command user item component inside this. So let's create the command user item component, where in turn we are going to use this one inside the command container. So let me just copy this interface. It's going to be pretty much the same, session user ID, and this one we are just going to send whether this is active or not. Then on change assigned user to filter, we are going to pass on to this, and let's make this one as client component. This, let's name this as a command user item, and inside this component, so let's just get this props, session user ID active, and on change assigned to user filter callback function. Yep. And now inside this, let's wrap everything inside the command item component, and let's have some no padding in all direction, and this one it's going to be button thing. On click, I'm going to call in this on change callback function and pass in this ID, and inside this let's have this user avatar component, and the size of this, let's set let's set this one to 10, and here the details. So let's extend the filter user that we have, and now I'm just going to extract the things that I want: the username, ID, and also the image. So I can just pass in here for profile image here, profile image, let's pass in here. Okay, for now let's just keep it this way. I'm just going to come back to that, and this command container, let's copy this props, and whatever I have here, let's just copy this one, add in this params, and inside this let's get all users. So I'm just getting in here the all user details, and this command group, this title, let's change to assigned to. So instead of this command items, so let's iterate through this all users list, and try to get this user object, and here I'm just going to confirm whether this is active or not using this list active user, and check this active user.id, matching it to user.id. And now inside this one, let's use our command user item component, and for this the things that I need to pass in the key user id and session user id. Let me just pass in the session user id, username, this it's going to be user dot username. And so basically yeah, we are seeing this error, that's fine. And image, user dot image, and id, let's pass in user dot id, active, the is active value that we have, and on change callback function, and let's just pass in here on change callback function. Okay, fine. Now we should see something inside this now. What is the issue? Okay, let me first fix these issues. Filter user, and also here let me pass in these things, session user id, and the current assigned to users thing, and on change function. Okay, now we should not see an issue. So here again for this one, let's pass in the session user id. So let me just here this filter, let me just copy these things and add in as a props for this. Okay, so now we are passing the props that is needed for our filter component, and in turn for this command container and for our command user item. So now we should not see any issues, so let's just try. Okay, it's loading. What is the name of this? On change. Okay, so I just changed this one on change assigned user to filter handler function name. Now let's see if we still see the issues. So while I'm okay, this is what we have, and those are the two users that we have, they assigned to section and all. So this needs to be styled better so that we can see the things better on the screen. So this button size, let's make this one to be smaller. Variant, let's set this one to be ghost, and the styling, let's have this width full, and height to be of fit, justify, let's say between, and padding in the x direction 2, in the y direction 1.5, and text, let's make this one as extra small. Okay, and now this div, let's make this as a flex, item center gap of 2, and this user avatar, the height I'm going to set this to 8 as well as a width. and here this text, if the session user ID it's equals to this ID, I'm going to this text, let's use this truncate our text and pass in here this username and max length 25. Okay, so if I just open this one now, okay, still it couldn't find. In this one, let's add in this secondary foreground for this p tag. Now let's check now. Okay, I'm just refreshing this. Yep, so these are the things that we have. The filter where we try to have this filter component, the container, that's looking good. And now after this we need to work on the clear component and also the active filter user component also. So based on searching this one, so you can see we are able to get this details and all those things. And here if I'm the user, so I need to add in some text there. Let's say current user, or you are the one, or something like that. Okay, so let's work on this clear component also, and what props needs to be passed on to this, and I'm just going to add on that.
For this component as well, let's add in the props, the callback function to do when we click on clear all. So this is the function for that. And now let me just destructure this prop, and now in here let me add in the on click functionality for on clear all, and now this one needs to be updated inside our filter container. So for this, let's say if this current filter assigned to users length is greater than 0, only then we will render this component and pass in here the on clear all handler for this function. And let me just remove this one. And now if we have the current filter assigned to users, I wanted to have a separate active filtered user component. So for that, inside this filter folder, let's create a new folder for that called active filtered users and tags. And inside this, let me create a new component for that, active filtered user.tsx, and let's make this one as a client side component. Let me just minimize this terminal part, and again for this, the props, let's extend the filter user, and additionally I'm going to add in here on clear user, pass in here this user ID, and this is the prop for this component, export const active filtered user, And now inside this again, this is going to be a button component. So inside this let's have this user avatar component, and height and width, let's set this one to 6, and size let's say 10, and for profile image, so let's destructure this props. In here I'm going to get this username, id, image, and on clear user callback function, and the text, let's use this truncate text username, and pass in here the 25, and I'm just going to pass in here this image, and after this let's display this text inside this p tag, and for this let's make this text secondary foreground, and the button one size, let's be smaller, variant I want it to be outline, and styling, let's add in this width fit, height fit, make this one flex, so that we have the image and the text, gap of 2, items, let's center this one, padding same like we normally add it for other things, and text to be okay, this should be 1.5, and text extra small, and rounded, let's make this one to be larger. So this is the active filter user component. Now let's just go to this filter container component, and inside that after this, if this current filter assigned to users length, it's greater than 0, and this current filter assigned to whatever the user we have, I'm going to render to this component key, let's pass in this user id, user dot id, and image user dot image, username user dot username, on clear user, let's pass in this on clear user handler. So this is the component for active filter user. Okay, so these are the things that we have. Okay, fine. So as of now, inside this filter component, in our command container, in the command user item, and for this one I'm just passing in here this id and all. So let's try to implement this logic eventually, and as of now, like, these are the placeholders for clearing, and also what prop needs to be passed for that, so that we can handle further logic inside that, and accordingly trying to render the respective components inside the filter container. So okay, then after this one, just a small fix inside the recent activity component. So in here, the container, the activity items that we were maintaining inside this local state, I just wanted to change this one. Let's remove of maintaining local state variable. So instead of that, let's create in here using this use memo, so that we don't have to calculate again and again. So here I can just use this data dot pages and flat get this page, and if we have this page, I'm going to get that data or else this initial data, and here this dependency data dot pages and initial data. And now yeah, I think, and also let's just rely on this. If only this length is 0, we're going to show. Okay, just small fix, nothing major. And now let's try to make a main logic for choosing filter items. So for the filter items, for the filter container, let's also pass in the workspace ID for this component. Okay, so for this one I'm going to add in here this workspace ID as well. So this needs to be updated inside the workspace ID page. Let's pass in the workspace ID as well. I can just pass in the workspace.id, or so let me just pass in here this workspace.id. So now going in here, let's get this workspace ID, and this one now we are going to use this workspace ID and try to get the tags filter as well, and pass this one to the components that we are going to create for filtering tags as well. So for filtering tags, let me create inside this command filter command component the command tag item. This again, let's make this one as a client. So let's focus on this component first, and eventually we'll move up to a parent component where we'll try to consume this one. So for this, the props that we'll be sending in is the tag, which it's of tag from this Prisma client. So let me just typecast this one, rename this one to tag type, and this whether this is active or not, boolean, and on change tag filter to change the callback function. So here we are going to send in to the parent component the tag ID. So this is the callback function, and now inside this command tag item, and let's get this props and here from this tag let's get this color, ID, and name, and the active thing, and on change filter tags. And inside this let's add in this tag color wrapping in use memo based upon the color input that we are receiving as a props. What should be the text color, whether it's the purple, green, or red, depending upon the color that we receive. So like we added in the other sections, so I'm just taking it from that component and going to use this the tag color thing inside this one. So let's just import this use memo in this custom colors. So since I showed in other sections, so I'm not adding in here line by line. And after this same thing, so I'm just going to wrap this one as well inside the command item component. So let's import this one, and here we are going to add in the button component. On click, let's just pass on the ID to our callback function, the ID, In size, let's make this one to be smaller. Variant, let's make this one as a ghost. The styling pretty much the same. Width, fit, height, fit, justify, between, padding in x and y 1.5. In text to be extra small, except that the tag color would be dynamic based upon the input. And now inside this, in the p tag, let's make this one as a flex. In items, let me center them, and inside this, let's have this tag icon, and have some margin right. In size of this, it's going to be 16, and in this span thing, so I'm just going to add in the name of the tag. So this is the thing, and also if this is active, let's add in this check icon. So for this, again, make the text color as a primary, and the size of this, let's set this one to 16. Okay, so this is the command tag item component. And now this command tag item as well, let's go to our command container. So we are going to add in, like we added for the user item under different groups here settings. I'm just going to replace that with tags. So, and the props accordingly related to tags, let's just add in the current filtered tags and this tags list. Okay, the type for that, so current filter tags, this is going to be a tag array, and this tags, again, this is going to be tag array. Then this on change filter tags, pass in here this tag id and this string. Okay, so let me just destructure them. Tags, current filter tags, on change filter tags. So once we receive this inside this, let's replace this title header to tags, and inside this, let's remove this command item and iterate through this tags list and get this each tag. And inside this, again, let's capture this active thing, user this list, get this active tag and try to match with this id that we have. So that is the tag dot id, and this value, now we are going to render this command tag item component. Okay, so here let's add in this tag dot id and other props that it needs, the tag object and the active. So is active value, and on change filter tags, let's pass in this on change filter tags. So this is the way for us to render this one. And now inside this filter component where we are consuming this one, needs to add in for this as well. So from this, let me just copy this props and go to here, and here as well, let's import this tag type, current filter tags and tags, so it can be of undefined as well. So let me just pass in, and additionally is error, which it's going to be of a boolean, and is loading, again this one is going to be of type boolean. So these are the additional props that we added. So let me just restructure them. Tags is error, is loading, and on change our filter tags, and also the current filter tags. Now once we get those things, we need to pass on to this component. So, and also let's handle the error loading condition and all those things. So if it's a loading, so whatever we used to add this loading state component, so let me just add in here justify center, and here this loading state component, and size let's say okay, we will try to tweak that to add in the size eventually, but for now let's just keep that as it is. And if error, let's render this client error component, and for this styling, let's add in this pg popover margin top 0, and the same for the other sizes of the screen. Okay, and this message error getting tags or something like this for now. So this is the thing, and if not, we are going to render this command container component. Okay, and for this now I need to pass in the props, the tags list. Let's pass in here, and current filter tags, and on change filter tags, on change filter tags. And here we have an error for this tags. Let's just okay, so these are the props that needs to be sent. Now fixing in our filter container. So in here again, same way, we need to maintain the local state variables for all of those things. So the current filter tags set current filtered tags use state, let's this is going to be of tag array, and initially let's have this empty, and loading and error state. So set is loading by default, let's set this one to true, and even this error set is error, and this one as well, let's set this to true. Fine, and now we have this use user activity status. Okay, the above, so let me also get in here the is loading, and here I can just say is users loading, and is error, let's rename this one to is users error. So that also we are going to use. And now let's try to get the tags. So I can just use this use query, and inside this, so let's get in here this data, let's rename this to tags, and is loading, let's rename this to is tags loading, and this one is error, let's rename this one to is tags error. And now inside this, the query function, just the asynchronous function, and making a call to our endpoint. So let's use this fetch. The endpoint is API / tags get workspace tags, and pass in here this workspace ID as the query parent. So that's why we added this additional prop for this component. And here if this result is not okay, let's throw this error, else let's try to collect this data. So into this variable await response.json, and I'm going to return this data as this tags array. And after this, let's mention okay, this one should be changed to query function, and after this the query key, so let's name this one as get workspace filter tags. Okay, so this is the call to the endpoint which is going to get the tags related to workspace. And now we have this, So just try to update this one in this useEffect block. If tags is tags error or is tags loading, let's set this loading variable to true, else I'm going to set the this one to false. I mean same thing I'm going to do for both of these things. So let's just change this one to error. Same way we are going to do for loading as well. And here this is going to depend on users error and is tags error. And here as well let's change to is users error. And in the other useEffect, let's try to handle for loading thing. So is users loading, and this one we are going to set the loading to true. And here let's just change this one to loading, and this one as well to loading. Okay, so that's the change here. And the function like this, let's just copy this one. And I'm just going to rename this one to and on change filter tags handler. We are going to receive the tag id. And here let's if there is no tags, let's return. And is already filtered, so here let's change this one to current filter tags. And let's change this one to this tag. So tag.id, we are going to check against this id that we are receiving in, and if it's already filtered, so let's change here current filter tags. And this one to previous tags. And this one let's change this to tag and tag id. Okay, and else the tag to add. And I'm going to change in here this tags tag.id, checking with this tag id. And here if we have this tag to add, and so if we have that one, so all we are going to do is let's just remove this one. So set current filter tags the previous tags. For this I'm just going to add in the tag to add thing. Okay, so this is the function that we want. So basically now almost we have all of those things. In similar way, let's have the clearing tag handler. On clear tag handler, and this one it's going to be a tag id. Okay, and let's just copy this thing and replace this one with this one. And also on clear all handler, we are going to set this filter tags to empty array. Okay, so now we have all of those things, and now we need to pass on for this component the tags. And is error is loading, let's pass in is loading. And on change of filter tags, let's pass in here on change filter tags handler. And what else are we missing? Current filter tags, I'm going to pass in here current filter tags. Okay, fine. And also here after like we have this clear section, let's add in the one more condition. If current filter tags length is greater than 0, so if either of them is true, we are going to show. And also the now current filter or tag items length is greater than 0. Let me iterate through this list, get this tag, and here I'm going to add in similar way for tag item, so like we did for the user. So let me just copy this code and create in here this new component called active filtered tag dot tsx and copy it here. And so basically for this, the prop we are going to change it to this tag, and let's just rename this one to tag type. So I'm just mentioning here this tag type, and now the callback function, it's going to be on clear tag, and we are going to pass in here this tag id, which is of type string, this one the void. Okay, and let's remove this extending filter user, and the props now, let's get these tags, and from here this color, id and name, and the on clear tag. Okay, fine. And here like we added inside this filter components for this tag item, let's copy this color, the tag color, and use it here as well. So here let's import this one, the custom colors. Okay, so now we have this tag color, and here this button on click in here, let's pass in the id to this callback function, and here let's change this one to dynamic so that I can pass in the color. So additionally for this, I'm just going to pass in this tag color, and remove this one, the user avatar, and let's make this p tag to be flex and items center, and inside this I'm going to add in this tag icon, so same like we did add in the other component. So size 16, the span, let's make this text a secondary foreground, and here we are going to pass in here this name. So this is the component, and let's just remove the unused things. So now just going to this component where we added in the empty fragment. So now here instead of this one, we are going to replace this one with the active filtered. Okay, did I not rename that? Yes. Okay, so active filter tag. So now let's import active filter tag component, and for this pass on this tag object, and on clear tag, here we are going to pass in on clear all handler, and pass in this key prop. Okay, so this is the thing. So now let me try to refresh this one. So we need to see the tag section as well in here. Yep, so now we are seeing this one. So you can see now on clicking on this, we are filtering by that tag, and even this user, that we are selecting, and accordingly I'm just showcasing the user selected and also the tag. And okay, fine. So this on clear. Okay, I need to change this condition. So here let's add in here this condition. Okay, now we have this clear. So clicking on this should remove all of these things. So this so the filter that we wanted to work the way of selecting the user, it's and also the filtered user, let's adjust the height to be 9 so that it looks good. So let me select this one. This user avatar as well needs to be adjusted, and for this class name, I need to pass on here this class name for this. Yep, now everything looks good. Fine. So this is the component, just small change to the styling to make it look better. Even in this option sidebar it's looking good now. Just the styling for that image component we did not handle properly. So the filter, the tags, and so if I just select this tag, so we are trying to filter by tag as well as the user. Okay, and even this tag, let's set this height as well to 9. Okay, so that they're both aligning for the user as well as the tag. Then after this so let's try to clean some code. So basically what I wanted to do is I wanted to create the context and move the logic of this filtering to that context and use that so that we can basically reuse across the components. So if I just go to this filter container and all of this handling on change and the calls to get the tags and all those things, so let's just try to refactor this one better. So I'm just going to create a new context for that and move the logic of current filters and handling related to tags and users. So let's name this one as filtered by users and tags in workspace so that it makes sense. So okay, this is the thing, and now whatever I have inside this, I'm just going to move all of this into this. So like we normally created the other context, for this we are going to wrap in the children. So this is this react node, and after this the interface for this one. So let's name this one as filter by users and the tags in workspace context. Okay, fine. And for this again, a lot of things that you're maintaining as part of local state needs to be added here. Is loading, is error. So either I'm just trying to refactor and try to move this code to this context. If you don't want, you can just move on to the next part of the video. Okay, and this all tags, this it's going to be of tag array or undefined, and then this all users. So this one, it's going to be user active item list array, then this filter assigned users, which it's going to be a filter user array, and a filter tags, this it's going to be a tag array. And now on change assigned user, so the user id is what we are going to send. The same thing for filter, ring these tags, pass in here this tag id, which is again a string, and then on clear user, passing in here this user id. Let's so basically this one, so clicking on this current user, so we need to toggle, so that's for this one. So same thing for tag as well, so tag id, and finally to clear all of the filters, so this is this function. So these are the things that we are going to pass on to our children components. And now this context, filter by users, and tags in workspace context. So I'm going to use this create context and pass in here the definition which we prepare, or it can be null. So by default let's set this one to null, so that's what we are setting exactly. And after this let's create this provider, filter by users and tags in workspace provider, and as usual the children and from this props. And in here now we need to basically copy, so let me just copy all of this logic that I have inside this one, and let's try to, so I'm just copying all of this logic, so let's copy in here, and one by one whichever I just don't want, I'm just going to remove this. So import this one, this state, and this use query, and this useEffect. Okay, and what else? The error. Okay, this one we are going to fix this, the workspace id. So to get the workspace id we are going to use this params, use params, and the workspace id I'm going to get for the workspace id. If we have here collect this value, the workspace id, else this is going to be a null. Okay, that's what we are going to pass in. And then whatever we have for assigned to users, tags, is loading, and all those things are going to be pretty much the same whatever we added. So on change and all those things, clear user handler, clear all handler, so just those values we are going to export from this provider. So filter context dot provider and value, so all of these things I'm just going to, and here this children, let's close this. And now inside this one, all users, pass in here this all users values, all tags, the tags value that we have is error is loading, and filter tags, it's going to be current filter tags, filter assigned users, the current filter assigned to users, on change assigned user, on change assigned to user filter handler, and then this filter tags. So on change filter tags handler, and on clear all function, on clear all handler, on clear tag. I'm going to pass in here on clear tag handler, and on clear user, let's pass in here on clear user handler. Okay, so these are the okay, let me just, so these are the values that we are passing on to the children components, the provider. And also let's create this hook so that we can use all of these values in the components that we want. Filter by users and tags in workspace. So this one, let's just pretty straightforward, use context, filter this context, and if not context, let's throw this new error, and here this is going to be invalid use. Okay, and I'm going to return here this context. Fine, so that's the refactoring thing. And now inside this filter container, let's completely remove all of this part that I have, the logic handling here. And now instead of that, let's get use this hook which we just created, the context, and here let me get whatever I need, the tags. Okay, and rest of this, let's try to move the logic to the respective components itself, whatever I added in here. Okay, so this one, so now I don't have to pass in this as a prop, and for here I'm just going to pass in here the session user ID alone. And the other things we can just try to use this hook, context hook, and get those values. And here as well, let's now the filtered handler, let's just pass in, let's remove this callback function, and this check, remove this check, and this one, it's going to be this filtered assigned users. And also this one, let's remove this check, and here I'm going to pass in this filter tags list. And here as well, let's remove this callback thing. And now instead of this current thing, it's going to be filtered assigned users. And this one as well, filter tags, we are going to show this component. So I'm just going to remove this. I know a lot of refactoring we are doing, which is causing us rework again, but that's fine. So let's just remove the unused sections in this component, and also this use query and tag. Okay, fine. So now we need to again filter these components one by one. So let's come from this clear component, and I can just move this one back to what it was before, and remove this props, and instead that I can just use this hook and get in here this function which is on clear all. Okay, so now we don't have to pass all the way from parent to this component. And same thing in the filter component. So let's remove all of this except the session user ID. So I'm just removing all of this, and here I can just import this one. So use
filter this one, and here from this one I'm just going to get this is error and these loading values, and even this command container. Let's just pass in the session user ID. Okay, and remove the unused parts, the tag and filter user. So now let's go to this command container and remove all of these props, this except this session user ID. So I'm just removing all of these things, and here now instead of this one, let's use this filter by users and tags in workspace. Get this all users and filter assigned users, all tags and filter tags, and this one now is active. Let's change this one to filter assigned users. Okay, and even here this callback function from user item, I'm just removing it, and this one, let's check all our tags, and if we have this all tags, we are going to use this all tags to iterate and get this each tag item, and let's remove this one as well to filter tags, and this one tag item also I'm just removing this callback function. So now going to this tag item, let's remove this prop on change filter tags, and we are going to receive an error. We need to wrap that one, which I'm going to do that eventually, and here this one on change filter tags. Now there should not be any issues here, and now the user item as well, we need to handle this callback function on change assigned user to filter this one as well. So use filter by users and tags in workspace, get this on change assigned user, and I'm just going to change this one to assigned user. Now this component should be fixed, this command container, and here let's remove this unused things, tag and filter user. Okay, fine, and what is this error? Yeah, now this active filter tags components here as well. Let's remove this callback functions and use filter by users and tags in workspace, and get in here this on clear tag function. This should be fixed, and here as well the user, so whatever I just added in here, this on clear user, I can just remove this, get from this use filter by users and tags in workspace. So this way it looks clean, so that there will not be like a lot of props passing across the components. Okay, fine. Now we are receiving that error, of course. So now I need to wrap inside this workspace the ID page that we have all of these things using this filter by users and tags workspace provider. And let me just import this thing, and if I just refresh this, everything should be fixed. Yep. And if I just select this, so whatever it was before, it should work just fine. And even if I click this again, that should be removed, and clear all, it should clear everything. Okay, just the we just moved all of the filter logic to one context and removed all the on callback functions to passing down to components and try to use from this context. Okay, that's the thing. And now in the let's also try to add a tag to search params inside our context, like we did add the workspace id. So in here so I'm just going to add in, let's take help of this router, use router, and in here this search params, let's use this search params, and this tag id param, I can just use this one and try to get in this tag id. And this one, let's try to handle in the useEffect block. So here inside this one, so if we don't have the tag id param and the tags, let's return, let's not perform any logic here, and this logic that whatever we are trying to add in will run depending upon this values change in these variables, the current filter tags, the workspace id, and this router. So now inside this one, okay, this error with respect to tags, let's try to move this one below. So let's try to move this one below here, so that we don't receive an error of referring the tags before its declaration. And now inside this, if it's already filtered or not, so let's try to capture this one, the current filter tags dot sum, let's get this tag and match this id with tag id param. So if it's already filtered, let's just return, else the tag to add. So basically whatever the logic that we had finding this by id, so this tag dot id and the tag id param, so we found this tag to add. So if this tag to add, then the current filtered tags, we are going to add in this into that list, so the previous tags whatever we had. And now inside this, let's just return the previous tags and the tag to add. Okay, and after this one, so I'm just going to replace the route with this workspace and the workspace id that we have. Okay, and this is the logic for now, just to handle the props for the tags. So let's say if I'm just adding in here, so this is what it is going to be. So I'm just going to filter this and try to display that, so we don't have anything inside that we are going to handle. But this is like adding the tag to filter by search params thing. Okay, and now let's try to make an api for getting a recent activity in workspace, which we don't have anything below. So for that I'm just going to create an api, so that we have something to display. So inside this workspace folder, so let's just collapse all of these things. So now inside this workspace, the get folder, let me create new endpoint called this workspace home page route. Okay, so and in let's create in here this let's rename, correct this typo, route.ts, and here this workspace details, let's copy this one whatever we have. So inside this one now, let's remove this params and
the query params that we are going to get in is this user ID, and alongside this workspace ID, so here the search params dot get add in here this workspace ID. So we are going to get this user ID, workspace ID, in this normal check if we have both of this user ID and workspace ID. If not, let's just show in here this error message as wrong data. And after this, now the workspace data, so let's rename this one to workspace data, and here we are going to use this workspace ID that we get to query and include so after this thing, let's try to include the details related to task, mind maps, and all those things like we did include in the other endpoint. So let me just copy all of those things from assigned to thing, get this thing. Let me just copy these things and try to change this accordingly. So in here, so inside this include assigned to task, and now here instead of this sum, let's again here what is the issue? Okay, it's not the where, change this one to, okay, let's remove this where check, and now here in this include let's get this assigned to task details as well. This user select the ID true, this username, and the image as well to true. Okay, and after this one, let's add in the tax details. So again inside this, let's get the ID, the color, and this name. So these are the now we just added assigned to task and tags, and after this the updated by, so I'm just leaving that as it is, and the save task by filtering by user ID and getting this task ID, and yep, and this one let's order by updated at in descending order. And after this the mind maps, same thing in here. Let's this where I'm just going to remove this one and include here assigned to mind map, and include here this user details, the ID, username, and this image, which is again it's going to be the true. And after this the same the tags thing, select the ID true, and this color which we want, and also this name. So I'm just getting whatever I need from this, the tags, and then the updated by select, let's keep, and then this saved maps filtering by ID, and select this mind map ID, and also try to order by this updated at. So these are the details that we want, and we are just including everything. So I can just collapse this one, and now we need to map in the same way like we just did inside this assigned to me route. Okay, so I'm just copying one of the objects, so let me just copy this one. So let's just go to this route. So after we get this data,
and also let's create the types for this like we did in our extended file. So here let me just create in the interface for workspace recent activity related things. So workspace recent activity, now this tag item. So basically whatever we are extracting from there, I'm just trying to give it definition. So this color, this is going to be of custom colors, and now this for the item. So the workspace recent activity assigned to item, and now inside this the user object, the id string, the image which is of type string or null, and then this username which is of type string, and now the id and this user id, the mind map id, and let's make this one as optional, and even this task id, I'm just making this as optional. So now we have this task id, and now let's export this actual interface which is a workspace recent activity thing, and this one again, these are the things that we are going to return from that endpoint: title, the emoji, the type of this. So this one, it's going to be assigned item type, and the updated at will have this date, and by here this user info, so or it can be null as well. And after this the start, this is again a boolean. Now this tags, this is going to be workspace recent activity tag item array, and the assigned to, so this one, this is going to be assigned to item array. And finally let's export the interface for let's name this one as assigned to me task and mind map mind maps workspace or recent activity. Okay, so this is the object, and that this task, it's going to be of workspace recent activity array, and here this mind maps, again this one, it's going to be workspace recent activity array. Okay, so this is the type definition that we want, and now we have this one. So I'm just going back to this route where we are trying to get these details, and now here first the mind map info, let's get this mind map info according to the definition which we just created, the workspace recent activity array, and here the workspace data. So if we have, so here let's try to iterate this mind map details and get this individual mind map, and in here let me return this id which it's going to be mind map id, the title mind map dot title, and the emoji which it's going to be the mind map dot emoji, this type it's going to be mind map, and the updated, this is the object, so at it's going to be mind map dot updated at value. By let's change this one to mind map dot updated by, and after this the start section, and this one depends upon mind map dot saved mind maps dot length, it's greater than 0, then this is start. The tags, the whatever we have, the tags associated to that mind map, and assigned to, it's going to be mind map dot assigned to mind map. So this is what we want with respect to the mind map. So if we have this one, else I'm just going to return in here this empty array. So same thing we are going to copy for task info as well. So let me change this one. Wherever we have this mind map, I'm going to change this one to task. So the task info workspace tasks, and instead of here this um, saved task, so it's going to be a saved task, and here as well assigned to task. Okay, so now these are the two things that we want, and I can just remove this one, and finally I'm just going to return here this sort by created at, which we have for this task. Let's pass in here this task info. For the mind maps, let me pass in this mind maps info, and now we can just return this one, and this definition also needs to be changed because the type has changed. So this data now it can be of assigned to me workspace recent activity as well, and this one instead of created at, let's use this updated dot at, and this one updated dot at. Okay, and now basically now let's change this one to updated at. Okay, because now we are using updated at, and this name also, let me rename this one to updated at. Okay, and in the other function wherever we are using, it needs to be fixed. So this one, it's going to be the updated at. So here let me just change this one to updated, and here as well let's change this one to updated, and here as well let's change it to updated. Okay, fine. So that's the change, and in other places also we need to fix this. So this one updated at, and also updated at. Okay, and in other endpoints, so the home page, this also needs to be changed to updated at. So basically wherever we are referring this one, just try updating. So if I forgot to change, you can just change that accordingly. Okay, so this is the details that I want for the home recent workspace related recent activities. So now we did change. Let me try to get this details like we did for our home page recent activity. So inside this components folder, uh, inside this workspace main page, let me just create a new folder. Let's create new folder called let's say recent activity. So, and inside this I'm going to create the recent activity container dot tsx. So this one I can just for now copy whatever we have in this home recent activities. So let's just copy this one, and copy into this section. So I'm just going to change all of these things. The prop, it's going to be user ID alongside the workspace ID for now. The string, okay, fine. So let's and change this one initial this to workspace id, and the endpoint for now let's, I mean, we are going to handle this one everything. So let's just remove all of these things, and I'm just removing all of these things. Let's just try to get the data and see if you're able to get the data or not. So let me just remove this one as well as this one. Let's just return in here this empty fragment, and this component name, let's change this to recent activity container, and inside this one let's try to make a call to our endpoint using this use query. So in here now inside this the query function, so let's destructure here this data, and let's rename this one to recent activity, and after this the is error and is loading thing, the query function, so the let's again simple API call to our the endpoint in this type. Let's, this is going to be, let's for now keep it this way so that we don't receive error. I'm just going to change that as well, and here now the actual call to our endpoint needs to be done. I'm just going to add in here, so this recent activity container, so I'm just going to create this one. So assume that this component is created, and now this one needs to be added as part of this workspace id page. So in here just below this filter container, let's add in here recent activity container user id. I'm passing in here this session.user.id, and the workspace id, let's pass in here this workspace.id. Okay, so this is the component, and now that is what we are seeing, recent activity container. Now we need to add in the components for that, like uh, recent activity card with tags and assigned to your users info and all those things. So related to that, I'm just going to create all of those things and uh, try to show. So let's just create the components for that inside this recent activity. So first thing, for assigned to task user component, so in here again this is pretty straightforward. I'm just going to have in this user avatar component and all. So the props that we'll be sending in for this, it's going to be the user info, which is of type workspace recent activity assigned to item, and this component. So for now these are like simple components. Later if needed we are going to uh, change this. So in here the props, so let me just close this one. So now inside this the props, here this user info, let's get this user image and username. So those are the details that I need for now inside this, and the name, let's use this truncate text and pass in here this username and the max length 25. Okay, and this div, so let's try to return this div and have this user avatar component, and for this stand in the thing, so we can just take it from the other component, or let's make it quick. The profile image, let's pass in this profile image, and in this p tag, so text secondary foreground, let's add in this name. So this is like this div styling, I'm just going to make it. So this is assigned to task user, and like this for tag related also, let's create the component, the tag item component. So this one, so whatever we have in the filter tag item, so let's just copy this one, and I'm just going to change this accordingly. Okay, so for this we are going to send this tag type for this, and this name, let's change this to tag item, and in here this tag color we are going to have in, and let's remove unwanted things for now, and this one as well. So let's just add in here the simple div, and inside this the tag icon, and for this let's add in this width and height, and additionally the tag color for this as the styling, and size let's have this 16, and inside this span I'm just going to have this name showcased. Okay, so yep, and the other things which we don't need I can just remove from this for now, and yep. So and this styling, so let's just do for this tag item, and just I'm going to copy for the other thing width. I'm just going to make this fit gap of 2, and let's items center this one, padding in the x direction 2.5, in y direction to 0.5, height let's make this fit, text to be extra small, rounded let's have this one larger, and have this border, and border I'm going to add in this input, and bg let's add in this background. Okay, so same thing, let's just copy for now to the other component as well, this assign to task thing. So I'm just copy for this as well. Okay, for assign to task user as well, same thing, and now the item where we are trying to consume this components, so let's create in here this recent activity item component. Okay, so this one as well, let's copy from this items if I need, so that's fine. So let's just create uh, just the card wrapper component, so this one, and for this the props that we are going to send in is the activity, which is of type workspace recent activity. Okay, and this now this name also, let's name this one as recent activity item, and now inside this we are going to wrap everything inside this card component. Okay, so this thing needs to be consumed inside our container. Okay, whatever we just I just left that as the placeholder thing, so this needs to be passed on to so for now let's say I'm just adding in the same okay comment this one, and inside this let's have the empty div, so make this width full, flex column, and a gap of 2, and this recent activity, so whatever we have for this endpoint, let me just copy this one, and okay, I'm just going to copy that one. So just small update, I want the workspace ID as well inside this one, so let me just add in the workspace ID for the tags section. So in here, in this thing, this alongside this name, the workspace id, let's set this one to true. Okay, and same thing here as well, the workspace id, this I'm just including this the thing. And now this we need to focus on this actual component what needs to be rendered. And this one, let's remove this height to be full. Okay, so now the focus on this recent activity container. So this recent activity container, for now let me add in the placeholder to our home space endpoint whatever we had. And eventually I'm going to change this one to the workspace endpoint. So just to check, so whatever we have for workspace, the workspace, the endpoint which we just created, the workspace homepage, and for this the user id we need to pass in here this user id. And then this workspace id I need to pass in here this workspace id. Okay, and here if it's pretty pretty straightforward thing. Error, let's, if there is an error, let's try to get this thing and typecast this one to a string. And we are going to throw this error with this error message. Okay, and this response, let's collect this one if no errors. And let's try to return this response. Okay, and now I need to mention this query key. So here get workspace recent activity, and here pass in this workspace id for this. Okay, yep. And now I can just use this list inside this one, this recent activity if we have, and get this activity object. So I told I will use the home page route and then test it. I'm directly using this workspace endpoint which we just created. And now here this recent activity item that we have, let's pass in here this key, the activity dot id, and activity for this I'm going to pass in here this activity object. So this we need to update this one, this what happened here, this activity. Okay, that's what exactly I'm using. Recent activity item. Okay, and this type needs to be changed, recent activity. So just going to this extended the tag item that we have assigned to item, the workspace recent activity that tags this one. Let me change it to tag array. Okay, and now just going in here, space recent, not home space, to workspace recent container, and the type issue, okay, why is this issue here in this types? This one, workspace recent activity, that's what we have here. Workspace recent activity, that's fine. Here I need to add in, that's why we have in here this issue, my bad. Okay, now it should be, I just created the interface but I did not pass on this props, that's why I had this error. Fine, so this is what we have now, and this needs to be styled, the card whatever we are created in this thing. So inside this, again this one, let's try to wrap inside this link component and href. For now let's add in here this slash, and let's move this the card component into inside this one. Okay, and before whatever we need this router, let's just get this, use router, and then this uh, title. So let's name this one as truncated title. Again this spell typo, so use truncate text, pass in here this okay, from here let me get in here this tags, title, emoji, start, type, updated object, and assigned two values. Okay, so here let's pass in this title and the maximum as 40. Okay, and let's get this common translations. So here I'm just adding in here this common, and the format for the date, so use formatter. So I'm just importing from here, and this date time, so this date time, new date updated dot at, and this now let's create in here this new object of the date, and this item type sentence. So here we are just going to use this common which we just prepared. If this type it's a mind map, so it's going to be a c of edited item sentence dot mind map, else this it's going to be a c of edited item sentence dot task. Okay, so this is the thing, and now we need to focus on what needs to go inside this card component. So whatever we had for the other sections, so I'm just going to add in the same thing inside this div, the read only emoji component, uh, selected emoji, let's pass in here this emoji that we are receiving in. Okay, same thing for the recent home component, whatever container that we have here, this div, uh, the item, yep. So I can just copy this whole thing instead of just creating it again. This item, let me just copy this one, and here instead of this I'll have this empty slash, and I need to import the other things, star svg, let's import the star svg, and here now I can just change this one to C for default name task, and after this I need to import this our info component, and also the cn and this button variants. Okay, and this workspace and workspace id. So for now whatever we have here inside this one, let me just remove these things. So I'm just going to add in the additional things that I want. Okay, so this is workspace related thing. So we will style this according to the needs. So the mind map and all everything, I'm just going to keep that as it is, and after this update it by item type sentence and the sentence by in the relative time user hover info card. And after this one, let's add this div and make this one flex item center flex wrap, this gap of 1, margin top of 2, and in here we are going to render this tag related thing, and I'm going to use in this tag item component which we just created key, pass in here this tag id and tag. I'm going to pass in here this tag. Okay, fine. So you can see now for this one we have tag 1, so that is the thing, and assigned to a map as well. Let's get this user details, and here I'm going to use this one assigned to task user component, and pass in here this key user.id, the user info. Let's pass in here this user. Okay, yeah, this one is assigned to this user. So that's the details, and this is the recent activity item component. So you can just remove this button variants and also the cn from this utils. Okay, the truncated title, so I can just show this one, the truncated title, which is of course everything is shorter, so it's going to be the same. If it's bigger, we're going to truncate that, and yep. So this is the workspace recent activity item component, and the data that we are getting, and we're just populating in in the home section of this workspace thing. And after this, let's try to add a logic for displaying only filtered recent activity items.